What's up, everyone? Happy Wednesday to everyone in the United States. It's generally a very laid-back day for everyone there, given that, you know, it's the day before Thanksgiving. Hypothetically, I'm recording. Also, hypothetically, you all can see what deck I'm playing given the Cardboard Live extension. I'm going to check that myself real quick before we get into some games. Yo, thanks for the 1 bit. Extension's not showing up yet. Let me see if I need to do something about that. Maybe if I hit refresh. Okay, there it goes. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't been that happy with it lately, but I saw a few good finishes from people. So, you know, we're going to give it a go. Yo, what's up, Rich? I haven't played the deck in a while, so I may be a little bit rusty. But, you know, people love this deck, and they obviously associate me with the deck for reasons. So, you know, we're going to give people what they want because it's the holiday season, you know. It's all about giving and being thankful. And what better way to be thankful by not letting your opponent cast any spells? You know? Mr. Automatic, I believe this is a Benjamin Friedman. I also believe... Do I keep? I think I'm going to keep. I think this hand's pretty good versus most of Friedman's range in game 1. Post board, obviously, it's a very different issue. Until I stream 12 post or High Tide, you're not getting everything you want, but such is life. It's fair. It is definitely fair. Alright, so some mid-rangey blue deck that could be almost anything given Friedman's range. Delta Island, I want to say it's slightly more likely it's Grixis control, but obviously it's hard to tell until we get to see more of the deck, you know? Galaxy Brain combo. Yeah, it is. Alright, we're gonna lead with... Actually, I think Exploration is the one I want to lead on. And we're gonna start locking down the mana. Eldrazi Post is so good. I'm gonna take your word for it, Rich. Mostly because I'm not interested in trying that deck myself. So I still believe it's Grixis. Obviously this could be like blue-black show and tell, but bottom both with the Preordain. That's a good sign. Interesting. I'm gonna Mox pitch that, Loam that back. Tapping like so. Play Manabond and upkeep, port the Underground Sea. This is like basically the ideal setup. Soon we're going to lock out almost all of the lands, which Should be pretty good. Sometimes I'm not going to explain exactly what I'm doing. You're just going to have to bear with it, especially if I'm low on time. Friedman shuffled with Ponder. And, you know, sup Schultz cubed. Alright, the basic swamp, I think, basically gives it all away. I didn't need to play the exploration, so I didn't. But now we're just going to try to hit anything good. That's, fine. Weirdly enough, sup CHMTG. I believe I'm playing against Frieden here. I'm not going to Manabond out the Glacial Chasm. I don't think it actually does anything. But I am going to, I'm going to auto yield. Say no. Port both of the blue sources, I think, is what's going to go on here. Is Cardboard Alive supposed to work on mobile? I'm not sure. I don't actually know. Now I'm going to F6. Friedman knows that the last card is Glacial Chasm, so there's no reason to not F6. Alright, that's a good sign. That's really good. I think that might end the game on the spot. Tap a Grove, because I don't have any punching fires in my bin. So first, get that out. Second, play this. I could Manabond out the Maze of Ith and Glacial Chasm. I don't think it actually does anything, so I'm not going to. I am thankful for these dredges on this weekend. No. Sort of. I'm not like, I don't think the deck is still great right now, but you know, people want to see it, and it's Thanksgiving. You gotta donate. You gotta give thanks and give. You also gotta make sure your opponents can't cast any spells. Alright, this looks like Storm, which is much worse for me. I'm sad about that, obviously. But the only solution to that is to look for Dark Depths ASAP. So now I could put the Chasm out and sacrifice the Sheltered Thicket, which I think I'm actually going to do. Because that lets me cycle the Loam faster. So you sacrifice the Sheltered Thicket because, look, this is Mana Traders at its best, or at its worst, depending on how you want to view it. Tap that. Tap that. We're dead. We dead. Well, I guess we could not be dead, but I think we're dead. This matchup sucks. Always has. Will remain to suck. No, but the thing is, using who you know it is a valid way of metagaming. I think we're pretty much dead. This should crack for red because I don't have any things. And just, oh, the Passing Flames is already in hand. Well, I'm ultra mega dead. I'm going to make sure the Tendrils is in their deck. Louis style. They can basically get whatever they want. Like a Cabal Writ does it. They could Tutor Chain too, I think, because they have like actual infinite mana. I don't know. Does this bother you? PogChamp 50. PogChamp that I'm super ultra mega dead. Well, that was great. This is back where I belong, losing to Storm immediately. Hydra Boss is really good. I don't know what you want from me. I think this is a matchup where... Now I'll concede. You gotta make sure. You really do. This is a matchup where I don't believe Frenzy is particularly good. And you can also shave 1 life from the Loam. Thank you for the luck. We're already down a game to ad nauseum Tendrils because that matchup has always sucked. And really, there's no reason it would not suck less. Maze of Ith is completely dead, now I remember. I'm looking to see if there are any other lands that suck. So you could make a case for playing Frenzy to try to hit more lock pieces. I believe that's not a good plan. I believe the plan is to just choke plus Sphere plus Chalice. Karakas kind of sucks, but at least it taps for mana. Bear with 2 guns. The serious answer to that question is Manabond makes you discard all of your lock pieces that you really need to try to actually win. The speed, it's unreliable with the speed, plus they board in bounce spells. So that's why I generally don't like it. The not serious answer is Kappa. The question is, do I want this Karakas for 1 Frenzy? I'll side in 1 Frenzy. You know, we'll give the fans what they want. One Frenzy. This is really not the ideal matchup for it, but... Alright, well, this hand is actually really good. This is like way above average. I'm going to do Chalice for 0. And then... I'm not going to gamble for Frenzy. I think that's bad. However... The question is, did I want to gamble for a Sphere of Resistance? Chalice for 0. CHMTG, come on. Come on, friend. You don't get away with that stuff in this chat. So I was thinking about if I was supposed to gamble or not for... No, it wouldn't even be turn 1 win Bear with Guns, because you have to tap your land for green, and then you have Wasteland Stage, Depths, Choke in your graveyard, and you only have 2 mana. So that's not even a turn 1 win. Sphere. Okay, well that's good too. I'm actually going to ditch the Wasteland, I think. No! I'm an idiot! Alright. That was funny. Alright. That was bad. No one saw it, don't worry. Who is Andy J? I don't know who Andy J. Oh, Jessup. Yeah, I figured it out. Magic God's perfect timing. That's... I was not going to cast Gamble. I think it's higher equity to cast Choke here. Because Choke plus Chalice for 0 is actually really, really good versus them. I think basically casting the Gamble lowers my equity to win because I need basically all of these cards. Dude! CHMTG! That is harsh, man. Come on! Nice. Nice. Actually going to play the Grove. Shade Throne. So this is a really good setup, actually. The 2020 versus Bernat, yep. Well, first off, don't actually time him out. I like CHMTG. Even though he did brutally murder me right there. I'll let CHMTG tell the story if he wants to. I don't really want to tell it. In any case, Dark Ritual, eh? The story is a little bit long. Okay. So the question is, if I don't cast Gamble, so there are two options here, which is cast Gamble for a sphere and only be 1 in 4 to keep it, or 3 out of 4 to keep it in hand. The other option is to play Depth Seiko and hope we don't get killed. Honestly, since it's actually not that easy to get Hellbent with a Chalice in play, so I'm going to just play Depths and Seiko. Well, you can play Depths. The question is, do you gamble for the sphere or not? Is the actual answer. I'm definitely playing Depths. That's not a question. The question is, do you gamble for the sphere and try to play it? But I think usually it is better to force the kill and hope you don't get killed. Right. Responsible adults don't gamble. Alright, so Friedman just dressed for information, which is fine. On the draw, I'm going to side this card out because I think it's going to be too slow. Now that I'm still going to leave the Chalice in my deck, but the better Storm players in this matchup just pre-play their Artifact Mana now. A, because it's bad versus Sphere not to, and B, because it's bad versus Chalice not to. So, the question is, do I want any of these other cards over the Frenzy? The answer is kind of no, but the Frenzy is also just not very good on the draw, I think. I might side in 1 Krosan Grip to try to axe some small amount of Artifact Mana. I was thinking about that. The problem is, it's just, you're trading 1 for 1 in their deck, and their deck is actually like 30 plus mana sources, frankly. So I'm going to have one of these in. It's not great, but it's also not the worst. Why is a cube called a cube? That's a good question. All right, can't mulligan this hand. This hand's actually close to the nuts versus them. I mean, this hand's just really, really good. I should actually bluff Mindbreak Trap. I've played Mindbreak Trap off and on. I'm going to play Mox, discard Depths, play Chalice, play Sphere. Well, I drew the Mox after the Chalice, Austin, so I don't think that's really on me, frankly speaking. Question is, do I care about Surgical? Can I play around Surgical? I think I'm actually going to play around Surgical by pitching the Rainforest instead. This is like an absurd hand versus this deck. One problem with... I should have discarded Depths, actually. The actual problem with doing this is I need to draw a land to cast any of my spells. Dang, that was actually a punt. I didn't even think about it until now. But it's fairly bad that I didn't do that. Yeah, this Rainforest should be in my hand. The Depth should be in the graveyard. Oh well. Okay, well, never punished. I'm gonna just loam back the Rainforest. They still have to, like, get a bunch of stuff going. It's not that easy for them to do that. I think the Chalice for 0 plus Sphere line is better. That's my personal opinion. I'm gonna fetch for a Taiga and just choke because it basically kills one of their lands, and it also turns my Rishadan Port into Wasteland for any island that they play. Chalice for 0, I think, is a little bit underrated. Alright, so we've gotten to kill a C. Yeah, LED is a good card. They shuffled off their Ponder, which was likely. 1, 2. So I'm gonna loam these two back and port Friedman upkeep. Off the swamp, obviously. I think we're going to eventually win this game. The Sphere plus Chalice plus Choke is just so brutal for them. Yeah. I drew so many sideboard cards in my opening hand, Rich. It's absurd. I would say I was really, really, really lucky this game. That is my opinion. Yeah, Choke plus Port is a good combination of cards. What happens? Okay, I can fetch, play Exploration. I try my best, CH, MTG. Sometimes I forget, which is hard. And sometimes I just, like, do things that don't make any sense. So, that's also hard. Upkeep, Port Swamp. Autumn, I think this board is lucky in this matchup. There's 2 Frenzy and a sideboard. You can check out Cardboard Live Extension on the left of my stream. We need a stage. Alright, here's what I can do. This is going to look funny. I'm going to Wasteland my own Thicket. Loam it back. I have a forest left, right? What's up, Tommy Clean Socks? So this, the reason to do this is I can cycle my thingy. So I'm going to cycle main phase because if I draw a Mox, I want to play it. All right, no go. Oh, I don't want to play a Mox. Good point. Good point. You are correct, Bear with Two Guns. You are absolutely correct. I did not side out any stages. Trying another Mox would have been so fun. Alright. Won a bad matchup 2-1. Obviously we got Tendril Stout real bad in game 1, but you know, stuff happens. Next 2 games we had enough hate to, I think, work through anything. You know, and that is sometimes how life works. No acceleration on the draw. Our green source is tapped. I'm going to mulligan this hand. It is sort of tempting to keep, but I think it's not good enough. Alright, this is good enough. I don't have the red source, but alright, don't want that. The deck has the most red-green sources. Deck thickening. I don't know what that means. Do you mean like devious cover-up? And like Gaia's Blessing? Oh, I love Gaia's Blessing. Ooh, that is a nice draw. Let's see if you force this. If they force it, I'm okay with it. Search for his Canto. So this is a matchup where Frenzy is going to be quite good, and Choke is going to be good. So the math behind thinning is that really the damage is more likely to cost you a bunch of games, unless if it's like a really, really, really like not combat-oriented format. The flip side is deck thickening, especially in limited, I think is a very real thing. Cast Gamble. The question is, oh, Rich, I was referring to Gaia's Blessing and Devious Cover Up in like limited. So you put cards back into your deck, and specifically you know what types of cards you're putting back into your deck. Any deck with iterated draws, the thinning is actually relevant. I'm debating if I should gamble for Loam here, essentially. Sup, Renga 87. I think I am. I hope not to get B2B'd, but, you know, that's the life we live. Nice. Elixir is the ultimate deck thickening, mainly because it means you can't deck and all of your revelations go back in. I played a bunch of blue-white Elixir, actually. I loved that deck. I also played the version, the Bant version with Elixir as well. Alright, so really we need to find Wastelands and Ports to try to keep them off Jace. Jace is the biggest enemy. If I don't find a Waste or Port, it's going to be pretty bad for me, I think. Although I guess they've only cast one cantrip. This is a type of matchup that also drags on forever, so you gotta be careful of your clock as well. I'm gonna actually play Stage out. One way you can win is by forcing the tempo. What's the best way of putting this? If you have stage depths, they can never tap out for anything. However, this is the critical turn. If they have their 4th land in Jace, I think I'm a very, very, very not... I'm very oh, what the heck? Oh, well, this sucks even more. This matchup also sucks. The Karakas! No! They got me really good. Yeah, that was unfortunate. Okay, so Rengar, if you view Frenzy as a tireless tracker replacement, I think it will make more sense. Alright. I'm just gonna say go. You got it on your turn, you got it. You don't got it, I got a Merit Wage coming for your face. Yes, Mark, since they pitched Search, I really thought they were miracles. That was so lucky. And again, this card sucks, this card sucks, this card sucks, this card sucks. Maze is also pretty bad. Corner case, sometimes it's good versus Crystal, so I'll leave one in. But we do have a lot of good cards to side in, so. Gonna side out Manabond. Gonna side in some spheres. That was a crazy game. Actually, screw it. I'm not gonna leave in a Maze. Now I remember. Maze is just so bad versus them. Yeah, Tim. That's why I've avoided it for so long, but I promised the public some lands. So, you know, you can't say no. You can't. What else do I not like? Look, Bear with 2 guns. We got very lucky versus Storm, in my opinion. What's up, JW Holla? What's up, everyone? Hang out on this Wednesday. This is pre-Thanksgiving Wednesday, so you know it's a great time to be alive. Do I want to side out a gamble? I'm not doing anything special for the holidays. This matchup always sucked. I don't understand the Search still. I guess Search is good versus Grixis control after you've been hemmed a bunch of times. No, I'm not drunk on Moscow mules. That's unlikely to happen. I did have an interesting variant on a Moscow mule last night, hanging out with some old college friends. It was called the bartender invented it. It was called a Moscow reindeer. It had ginger beer, it had cascara syrup, and it had burnt rosemary. And it had one other ingredient. I don't remember what. I don't know. This is fine. You don't need all of your Loams in the non-grindy matchups. Like the fast matchups, you only need like 3 generally. No, Shame was not the last component. Come on. Bro, that's so rude, bro. Alright, we're gonna jam, because I think I'm here not to jam. Whoa, Rich, you implying that Dartmouth people drink a lot? I'm gonna pitch Wasteland. And now we are going to basically workshop check them with a turn 1 sphere. Alright, first workshop thing has passed the test. That was a good draw. So I can't actually port them, really. So I'm going to play my exploration off of Forest. The reason to play it off Forest is outside Blood Moon worries. There are other things to do in Hanover, such as argue about what a prime number is and whether one is prime or not. I feel not great here. If I had the Karakas in my hand, I would feel phenomenal. But yeah, this is like an end of turn cantrip. Yep, this makes sense. So this is not a perfect brainstorm. One is not prime. That was my side of the argument. Other people wanted to argue differently. Yep, that sucks. I think I'm gonna waste them in response actually, because I'm basically trading a land for a land. That's fine. So, interesting note is if I draw Krosan Grip, this will immediately pop. But I can't do much else besides this. I'm gonna hold lands for a gamble. Frenzy is a card I can cast under Blood Moon. That is a good point, Bottom. Nope. Still gonna hold for gamble. I'm gonna play this one out, but can't use the same mana for two spells. Ergo, one is not prime. It's an interesting way of putting it. This game sucks. I only have 3 grips in my deck, to be fair. So, that's okay. Fully expect something bad to happen to me around next turn. So, these cards basically don't do anything. So, if you pad your hand by keeping them in hand, it makes it more likely you don't discard the one you want to gamble. So, sneak attack. Okay, then. I might play more permanents out to try to defeat Emrakul that way. Or I could just draw more lands. That's cool. I think I am going to play more permanents out because of Emrakul. Because we can take one Emrakul hit. Obviously, if they have double enormous creature, we're going to lose, but that's okay. I mean, I can't really do much from this situation. I already have a Depths in play. There's no reason to play a second Depths, right? Ooh, take 22. Okay. Yeah, we got killed, but that's okay. This matchup always sucks. Going to actually side in one Frenzy for a third Loam. I think on the play. Actually, I might just make the swap period. Yeah, I'm gonna try this actually. Well, it's also like under Blood Moon, I think you just want to find your real cards. Ooh, this hand's great. This hand actually is the turn to try to lock out all of your lands. Or we can try to assemble fast Depths if we want to. But I'm going to get a forest here anyways. Maze doesn't actually do anything if you think about it, but because they always try to Blood Moon you or Emrakul you or sneak attack you, it doesn't actually do anything, in my opinion. Again, that's my personal opinion. other people might have different opinions. Playing the pedal out versus fear is correct. What is legacy? That's a good question. Other question is, do I play choke? I think I do. Alternatively, I could crop rotate for stage, see if it resolves. That might actually be the best play. I'll give them a life. I don't think the life is actually going to matter. I use mana traders now. That's what's going on. I think it's actually better equity to crop rotate. Alright. Good luck. I think this is actually the superior play, because this blanks a Blood Moon by doing this. Whereas choke sort of just creates an even game. So now they would have to have sneak attack plus, they would need City of Traders, another pedal, sneak attack, 2, 3, 4, and the big fatty. And it has to be Gristlebrand, because otherwise this just blanks it. All right, so I'm going to respond. The problem is, if this is a disguise for Blood Moon, by not activating here, you get kind of screwed. So this is the correct time to do it. Yep, I know. That's why I'm doing this. I just explained that. Right, nice. I think we have them. I don't know what happens Blood Moon versus choke. I think the volcanics are only mountains and not islands by that point, Goblip Guy, if that answers your question. Jeez, where are the fear decks? Woo! They did not draw pedal, pedal, pedal. Yeah, whatever. We're 2-0 playing against two fairly bad matchups, or that's how I would describe it. Really, like, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it, really. No, I think choke versus Blood Moon, the layer order does not matter. Really, it just asks, is your land an island? Volcanic Island Blood Moon is only a mountain. Autumn, that is not true. It's just the deck trying to suck me back in, Autumn. That's what happens. Now, if you want unintuitive rollings, Painter's Servant plus Humility is something I would ask a judge about. I really hope not Bear with Two Guns. I really hope not. Well, I hope all of the US people are going to enjoy their Thanksgiving tomorrow. So, Humility plus Painter. The Painter setting everything a certain color still works, I believe, which is the weird part of it, in my opinion. Oh, this hand's great. I'm not going to mulligan. I do enjoy Eggs Benedict. Do you guys want to talk about players? Oh no, please not a black-red opponent. Please. Yikes. They probably have to take crop rotation if it's black-red. Yep. This looks like black-red reanimator to me. I don't know about the rest of you, what you think. Okay, that's good. Yo, Grape Shot, thanks for the follow. Grape Shot is a powerful magic card. This is a commentary on what. This is why I don't like the deck that much right now. The question is, do I gamble for crop rotation? It could be Grixis control. I'm gonna... This is a tough play, because if it's black-red, I would much rather have crop rotation in my hand. But if it's Grixis, you know, screw it. I'm gonna use my first... first I'm gonna play... No, I already played a land. I'm gonna gamble for Loam. Even though, like, obviously that's awkward in a lot of ways. Deathrite Shaman was not enough to beat black-red by itself, unfortunately, because a lot of the time it was just too fast for that BS. Gamble for gamble. I've never done that. Ooh. Looks like my play looks a lot better now, given the Underground Sea. Thank you, Bear with Two Guns. So now I'm going to cast Loam. Get back the lands, and try to kill their lands, like, repeatedly. At some point, I might gamble for Exploration or Manabond. We gambled for Loam. So the question is, do I waste here? They chose to shuffle, so I'm going to snap off the waste. I'm not going to cast this gamble, because I want it for an Exploration much later on. And if you cast it now, you have a 1 in 3 chance to discard it. And also, I need this port to cast the Loam, so... all of those things make me not want to cast the gamble right now. It was a donation deck list from Twitter asking me when I was going to do a land stream. Alright, this is probably Grixis control. It could technically be Storm, but the fact that they played in this way makes it slightly more likely that I think it's Grixis control. I'm going to cast Loam here. The Thoughtseize for crop rotation was kind of weird, actually. Because if they're Grixis control, I would have given serious consideration to taking the Mox Diamond. If it's Grixis Reanimate, I'm not going to worry about it. I really am just not going to worry about it, frankly speaking. Baleful Strix. Alright. Confirmed Grixis control. Is that a command tower? No, it's the Tabernacle, Pendrell, Vale, bad art. That's how I would describe it. So, dredging here doesn't actually do much. I would much rather draw an accelerant, so I'm just not going to dredge. Alright, that's fine. I think I'm going to... question is, do I want to gamble this turn for it? I don't think so. I think I'm going to just tie up their mana and just take natural draws. Just show and tell. It could be the blue black show and tell deck that I saw that played Baleful Strix. I like how my lands deck looks in paper, frankly speaking, but ooh, they should have gotten 1 damage. I'm going to take another natural draw. Same reason as before. Then I'm going to cycle. This is a robbery. Give you all of our money. What if I say no? Okay. I think I'm just going to port their black source because of Colligan's command. Not going to dredge Loam because I have a Loam in my hand. So, a horde of corgis. Sheesh. Sounds corgorific to me. Wait, thanks to all 62 viewers. We're gonna, we're 2-0 in this week. We're gonna play 2 leagues tonight with this list. That's true, P. Zepper. They did not shuffle, drew a card of Ponder, but also did not play a land. That's kind of weird. I play 1 Ghost Quarter. You can check out the Cardboard Live extension to see what I actually play. Alright, I'm fine with them forcing this. I'm gonna just run them out of resources very slowly. All original. I used to have the conspiracy I can still wait on Gamble. I think casting the Loam plus Port is better here. Slightly better. Am I getting hemmed? Might be getting hemmed. That's fine. Don't care about that. Here I'm going to dredge the Loam. Play Loam, cast Gamble for Exploration, I think, is the answer. Oops, I don't want the depths yet. Waste. Thicket. I believe I'm winning. Both on life total and resources, and basically any other metric you want to pick. Everyone but the viewers. So if they force this, that's fine. Ooh, I could get Manabond. Actually, that is a good point. Arctic Summoner. I should get that one. You're right, fam. Nice. We also did not lose our 1 in 5. Lose on Baleful Strix count. That is true. Alright. Awkward thing is, if I had thought about that, I wouldn't have returned this Tranquil Thicket, but I can always Wasteland the Thicket, so that's okay. No, I have a Wasteland, so it's actually okay, I think. The real issue is I don't actually get to port them, but I think it's okay. Yeah, it's fine. If they Jace me, that's fine. I think I can power through a Jace. Well, we definitely can power through that. Nah, I did mess up by returning the Thicket, but it's okay. It'll just cost me a very small amount of value that I did that. Let's see how many basics they have. They have 4. That's a lot. This might be a list that has Blood Moon or Back to Basics in the board. You gotta watch out for that stuff. I think getting back Tabernacle was probably worth it by this point. I don't know. How will I ever defeat the powerful? Well, that's a Punching Fire, so that's another way. I should have almost no latency, I think. But maybe I do. I don't know. Doesn't really matter what I do now. Like, they're pretty dead. Get a Depths, a Wasteland. I guess I'll get a Barbarian as my last card. I'll let them slam Jace if they want. Actually, I shouldn't. I shouldn't let them slam Jace for no reason, obviously. I'll get Wasteland, Barbarian. It doesn't really matter. I don't think it's going to matter. So I have stuff on their upkeep. Put all that stuff into play. Let them resolve all of the Tabernacle triggers, then port a land. Nice. The auto yield yields to both of them because the tech's exactly the same. I find that really, really enjoyable. So if I were your opponent, I probably would just let them die and just hope to draw out of it. It feels great. CHMTG. This probably makes me a bad person, but if they want to keep going, I'm game. Yeah, I would have just let them go, I think. Jace is useless now. Well, Schultz Cube, you convinced me to put it back in. I don't really, like, think it's all that necessary right now, but, you know, it's okay. Alright, nice. Nice. I can just get... Doesn't really matter what I get, I think. So I can also start barbaring opponent's creatures. I might end up doing that next turn. Yeah, you're right. They might get there. Ooh, can I just gamble for something nice? Give them a life. I guess. Actually, it's not a great idea. I guess I would gamble for the GQ. I don't think it really matters one or the other. Gamble for Frenzy. Can't do that yet. So I put a stop in my end step. And I'm gonna kill, I think, a blue source. Jarvis Peace. That's from a old SCG top 8 profile pick, I think. It was a while ago. Nice. We squeeze the life out of opponent. So in order to get that one, you have to be subbed at the highest tier, I think, which doesn't make it ideal for some of y'all. So as good as Manabond was, I generally don't think it's actually that great in the matchup. I'm also going to take out this. This is okay. Well, actually, it's not even really that good, but it's like okay. I think I might actually shave 2 gambles post board. Simply because you can't always, like... The problem is, it sort of exposes you to a lot of graveyard hate to cast gamble quickly. So they sort of rot in your hand and you have to look for a good spot to cast it. I don't like siding in Grip blind because it's not a guarantee that all of the 3-color like Grixis decks have that card. So I'm not going to do it. If I get got by it this game, then I will side it in, but I'm not going to do it blind. Mana Traders, Niraj. Do I have a command for that? Yes, I do. I should really put that in the title. I sold out and I only rent now. And I think it was a good called shot because I think my collection would be worth half as much as it was
like right when I sold it. This hand's kind of bad actually, but I'm gonna keep. Mama traders? Well, I love my mom. I don't want to trade her away. Oh yeah, all my cards match IRL. Arctic Summon. The stock Grixis list has 4 basics now, so it's not a guarantee, in my opinion. What do I own in paper? I own this deck. I own most of Legacy, not the fringe decks. Like I don't own Painter combo or like Moon Stompy or whatever. Even though like I guess Moon Stompy's not really fringe. I just don't own all of the cards for it. How could it get more Sith than goblins? Alright, I'm gonna cycle here. Hope to draw a Frenzy and a land. That's pretty good too. I'm just gonna play both of the lands and say go. Make you have it, friend. If they have bridge, whatever. That's fine. What's Mr. Toad's Wild Ride? Yeah. This is a calculated risk. If they have Edict, that's fine. If they have Surgical for the depths, it's a little less fine. I still have Punching Fire. Doesn't look like they actually have it. Oh, okay, they have it. Now I get to cast Choke, which is kind of nice as a follow-up. Okay, that's fine too. Just kind of want to run them out of stuff. I don't know why they wait. They actually shouldn't wait, because what if I have Fling? Or Random Arbor. Fling or Random Dryad Arbor. Or Mishra's Factory. Yeah, it's okay, but it's a slight mistake. Oh, I hope they don't have Surgical here. Because this is actually one of the best cards versus them. Yes, it's when your graveyard's under attack. I'm actually going to cast Gamble. And get Loam. I would rather the Loam be in my hand. That's why I did it this way. I don't think they have Surgical. I think they would have snapped off the Surgical on the P-Fire if they had Surgical. So I'm going to assume they don't have it currently. Or I might agree with you. I think just not casting an Edict after I make it immediately is an interesting decision. So for what it's worth, I'm going to Loam back Stage Depths Thicket. The second Depths doesn't do much. And the Thicket actually gives me insurance for Surgical if the Loam resolves. So it's kind of nice. Stage Depths. We can try to run them out of Edicts, I think, with this setup. Question is, do I want to return Punching Fire? I think I do. If they have Surgical for that, that's fine. I really don't think they have Surgical still, because I think they would have Surgical at this Thespian stage. That's actually... I'm actually just going to do that instead of making the Merit Lage this turn. That was a really good dredge, like a really fortunate dredge. Do I want to leave up stage activation? Will I have enough? We're going to play Maze and Ghost Quarter, so I do want to leave up stage activation. Still has a 7 mana 5/5. That is true. Alright. So the reason to do this is it stops me from making Merit Lage this turn. So that is fine. Look, if they have Blood Moon, that's fine. I'm not going to worry about it too much. Notably, I'm sort of exposed to Surgical now. But they didn't have it the past few turns, and they didn't... They had a Flusterstorm in their hand this turn, I guess. I don't know when they drew that. Right, this is a really good situation for me. The port's really good, actually. I'm going to go after their black sources to play around a second Edict. Better to tap this. If I get himmed and I want to buy back the fire, it's better to leave the Grove untapped. Considering they're at 17. Nice. I think I basically have them covered now. Now I can... Manabond is a... So the trick is Manabond is a good game 1 card, but a bad post-board card. F-Pokey... I don't know how to pronounce your name. It's really hard. But just because it's bad in a post-board game doesn't mean it shouldn't be in your deck. Right, nice. That's a good matchup for me. Grixis control. It's like how you side out sweepers a lot in control decks post board, versus what's the best way of putting it? Just because you side out a card in every matchup doesn't mean it shouldn't be in your main deck. I think Miracles is pretty bad. Pretty bad matchup for this deck. Let me clarify what I mean, actually. I think it's a good deck, but it's a tough matchup for this deck because they play a lot of basic lands. And they often play back to basics, which is obviously the hammer and the nail in the coffin. Alright, thanks for everyone hanging out on this Wednesday. It's going to be Thanksgiving, American Thanksgiving tomorrow. Nick Fit? I think Nick Fit is generally favorable for lands, but depends on how it's built. I've played Arena. I've actually played 5 Arena drafts post-PT because I think the Arena bots not valuing the cards correctly is not a good way to test. I went 7 win, 7 win, 7 win, 4 win, and I have a 3 win Boros deck going right now. All of my winning decks have been Boros because I think the bots don't value the cards correctly. I played a Boros mirror last night where my opening hand was 4 lands, Cosmotronic Wave, 1-drop, 2-drop, and by turn 5 my opponent had played nothing but X1s. So Cosmotronic Wave just plague-winded my opponent. Yeah, I think Merit Lage is really, really good versus most Nick Fit variants. No, Faithless Looting was horrible. I can't believe I let Sam Black talk me into it. That sounds about right. A, for Cuneo, and B, that it's probably an undervalued strategy by the bots. So it sounds great. I'm always a fan of finding the underdrafted strategy by the bots because it means your deck is more likely to be good. Yo, a bomb diggity. Thanks for the follow. My favorite guild to draft is actually Golgari, only because there's perception that it's bad, so you end up with great decks pretty often. That's what I found in the single MQs before the PT. In Dominaria, I believe blue was the best color by like a significant portion. Obviously, I didn't do well in that PT. I went 0-3 in my first draft, and I went like 1-4 in construct. I played out all the rounds just for the hell of it, but round 4 match. Playing against Sharkcaster Mage. Sharkcaster Mage has been on Dark Depths lately, but they could always switch. I believe Sharkcaster Mage is also streaming this if you want to see both sides. If our opponent is Dark Depths, this hand is great. If our opponent is not Dark Depths, they're Storm, in which case it doesn't matter what I do, so I'm going to keep. Yeah, Sharkcaster Mage is a nice username. I agree with that. Alright, this is the intersection of it still could be Storm or Depths. Literally, this opening could be Storm or Depths. I would like to respond is a nice username. I agree with that. Bog. That doesn't do anything. Scalding through and get taxi improved. That could be anything, really. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, but I'm using my prior distribution that I think this opponent is favored to play Depths or Storm. I'm actually going to play Wasteland. Because if they go, like... There are a few sequences where they could make the Merit Age the gate. Well, if it's Pox, even with my hand being so slow, I'm still fine. Alright, it is Depths. So what happens in this matchup is I want to elongate the game and set up hoops for them to get through. As long as I have enough hoops, I'm in good shape, I think. The problem is, at some point, if you don't have enough hoops, you actually are unfavored. Alright, that was a nice draw. What math lingo did I use? I'm gonna crop rotate my Wasteland for Karakas, actually. You can take the Sponging Fire, friend. Spanish Inquisition. I have not seen that deck in a long time, Nugatti Knight. Probably for a good reason. Alright. Meat hooks splashing Dark Depths combo. That is potentially a thing. Alright, so we're going to start setting up layers of defense by playing Ghost Quarter here. Jund probably. Jund with Elvish Spirit Guide and Sylvan Scrying. Interesting. So I wonder what our opponent's plan is. Ghost Quarter. Okay. Interesting. Alright, I'm gonna play stage and say go. Again, we're trying to set up layers of protection. One thing you can do with stage and depths mirrors specifically, is copy your opponent's stage or dark depths, and it's so much better because you only have to sacrifice one land. Only plays Pog since Order Stompy. So I'm going to copy their Ghost Quarter. The reason to do that is it leaves up my Ghost Quarter to be activated. Yeah, defense in depth. Really, this matchup is about this side playing as a control deck, and this side trying to find a good window to squeak through it, like enough Wastelands or Safekeeper or whatever to get through all of the bullshit from this side. That's my opinion. What deck does not poop on Pox? I don't think Elves poops on Pox. But maybe I'm wrong. Yo, thanks for all 85 of you hanging out. Ghost Quarter, Ghost Quarter. I kind of just want to let this resolve and get my forest, actually. I feel like they have a crop rotation in their hand. I think I'm going to let this go and just get the forest. This would be a lot easier if I could see their hand, obviously. There is a little bit of asymmetric information here. Well, Bob's depths lifts was actually Dave Long's depths list to begin with Hyperion, which makes sense because that guy does a lot of good work. Don't want to bog them for their Ghost Quarter. Also, I don't think Dave played Ghost Quarter, so I think I'm literally playing against Turbo. And the Spirit Guide actually sort of gives it away, I think, that I'm actually playing against Turbo. I'm going to say go. The reason to play Port is that if they crop rotate for a stage, I can port the stage. Yeah, Pox being so expensive is sort of mind-boggling, actually, in a lot of ways. I'm gonna copy my Grove, actually. I'm gonna port the fetch and see if they get itchy with the fetch. The itchy and scratchy show. You feel icky? Why do you feel icky? Okay, nice. That's really nice, actually. Max blanked out or random border basics. Depends if they have crop rotation for Bog here, I think. Is the actual answer. Yeah, it looks like I'm getting bogged, so the answer is no. The question is, do I want to rebuy this P-Fire? I think I do. Yeah, I kind of feel like if Pox played more colors, it would actually be an okay deck, but like I think black green playing Loam is probably okay. Do I P-fire them? I think I do. Yeah, I think black green Pox, if you wanted to build a Pox deck, makes the most sense probably. Just looking for more Wasteland / Ghost Quarters. So realistically, what happens in this matchup is I can beat them without using the combat step, even if we get into a Merit Blade stare-off. I think I'm going to copy the forest, actually, as odd as that seems. Alright. I'm not going to play my depths. I am going to loam it back, but I'm not going to play it. They would need multiple needles to win, I think. Well, they actually exiled my Ghost Quarter, which is kind of a problem, but that's okay. I think I'm going to bog them, in case if they have Loam in their deck. I don't think they do. This matchup looks really boring, but the games where lands wins look like this, I think. So there's not much to be done about that, frankly speaking. Don't really want to risk it. Dave Long did a lot of work on playing Mox Diamond, if that's what you're asking. I really don't think there's any reason to risk it. Right. I'm gonna rebuy both Punching Bears now. Okay, that's pretty nice actually. I'm going to discard this fetch. Stop trying to make fetch happen. Yo, Lethal Biscotti, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Alright, we board our opponent to death, which is sort of emblematic of the matchup. This is good. I'm not sure. Is this good? It might be. This is not actually doing anything. This is good, sort of. What is the most likely way I lose? Take out the Tabernacle at Pendrell Vale. Going to side out. I'll side up Barbarian, I think. I think I'm going to shave 2 gambles. This is one of my favorite cards. I have a stamped one from a GP Day 2 draft. It has a like a little star on it, like right where it's right to the right of your. Nice. Gonna go with this config. I don't think Tabernacle actually does much, so I don't want it in my deck. Ooh, the sand is really, really, really bad. No, the sand's fine. Oh, one thing I could have done, and I should have, is actually side down to 1 Dark Depths. Whoops, that's actually a mistake. I should have sided down to 1 Dark Depths. That was actually a pretty big mistake, I think. I was following Carlson, Karina. I don't know what... towards the end of Game 8, which was earlier today, I don't know what happened. It looked like Karuna was running out of time, actually. But... I think I am going to make the Merit Lage here, actually. That is reasonable. They drew today. So I can even tap the Dark Depths for mana, because Urborg is really nice like that. And I have Crucible behind, which makes me more likely to want to do this. Obviously, they might have Karakas in hand, or in their deck. Carlson missed F5 and lost his advantage. I see. Okay. Sucks. That's okay. Stuff happens. So, awkward part is I have to play my land out. Now I have an interesting decision. So there are a few lines of play I could make. I could waste the Karakas and make a Depths. Or I could play Crucible and say go. I think that might actually be better. Yeah, I'm going to play Crucible and say go, leaving up Wasteland. Whoops, I do not want to remove an ice counter from that. I think this play is much safer. And if we get to Wasteland all of their lands, it's actually really good for us. Yo, 103 viewers. Appreciate every single one of you. I really do. And 103 is a prime number, you know? So one could say I have prime viewership, frankly speaking. Another Hex Mage, that's fine. So, alright, so the trick to playing around Hex Mage Depths with Wasteland is you let the Hex Mage activation resolve, remove off the counters, then waste the Depths. C minus. You're just a bot. Also, I can stage off of their Depths. Which is not irrelevant. Right. Two main because I just wanted the sideboard space. That's the answer right now.
again, as long as I'm the defense, I think this game's going to work out okay for me. It's a little bit trickier, but that's okay. Yep. 2-1 beatdowns, yikers. Oh, Phoenix was on Monday. We went 5-5 in matches played with the Ross Phoenix's deck. Actually, should I stage their Ghost Quarter? I might want to do that actually. And we can see what they do. Depth Caster Mage. Why would I say that? I'm trying to figure it out. I would rather make a Ghost Quarter than a Karakas, I think. That's interesting. So now I can Wasteland it. This is like an error for them, I think. I don't understand why this happened. If they have crop rotation plus Spirit Guide, I guess this makes sense. So you basically always Wasteland with this ability on the stack. That was really, really, really bizarre. I'm trying to figure it out. Why did this happen? Like, does anyone have a good explanation, I guess? I'm trying to figure it out. Okay, yeah, he can kill his own Karakas, but then what? Bear with 2 guns. I don't understand, I guess. Well, so stage requires tapping, so I can't. She again cannot pronounce her name. Mentioned prime numbers, lost 13 viewers. That's my life. It's okay. How does it play around copy Karakas? Waste. All right, now I'm gonna kill Karakas. Yes, I think my opponent knows how the deck works. To assume otherwise, I think, is not a good idea. I'm gonna just make it now. What the hell? Why does it say snow? Oh, this is a snowland. I was so confused for a second, but that's okay. Yeah. PogChamp indeed. I did know it's a snowland because of Into the North. Used to be extended. Green Black Depths used to be an old extended deck. But I've not seen the floating snow black mana
until now. Yes, I know about Into the North. What do you want me to do about it? Is my Ghost Quarter gone? I actually think the Urborg play is more valuable for me. So I'm going to leave it be. There's a chance they have depths behind, in which case I'm exposed to crop rotation for crop rotation for Sedgery Step is obviously kind of scary. Alright, so now Maze of Ith. Maze of Ith. Woo! Woo! Did you see that happen? Did you see that happen? Oh. Judge indeed. You're calling the cops. Serious question is, should I cast Loam? So what's going to happen now is eventually I'll draw my own Karakas, or I'll Punching Fire my opponent out. That might take a while, but I still have Karakas in my deck is the basic answer. I'm going to Loam because I get to see more cards by dredging Loam. I might have, yes. That's why the Maze was such a good draw. One Ghost Quarter is gone. I'm not sure how, like, I would get rid of more than one Ghost Quarter. The other thing is I can start staging my Maze. So they need to have another needle for Maze of Ith. Nugati Knight, I'm scared of what did I just say I was scared of? Okay, that's fine. I'm trying, I would have to go back and watch it. If they have right, yeah, it's good beats, but I can't do anything about it. That's funny. So I'm gonna cast Loam, no targets. Just say go. Again, trying to elongate the game. So I'm trying to just set up more defense. I can wait. No, I can't waste my Thicket. Lonely Sandbar. That would be really, really difficult. But I wish I could, but that's okay. Did I side in Frenzy? I did. But I think it's better to dredge every turn because I get more looks at a at Glacial Chasm or Karakas that way. And those are the cards that really matter right now. I'm gonna try to cut off the green. Because Sylvan Safekeeper plus crop rotation for Sedgery Step is hypothetically an out. I think I have Taigas left in my deck. Yeah. Urborg is the card I always wish I could play in lands because it's so good in the deck, but yeah, I should have. You're right. Now I don't see a real reason to play the play the Loam, because what would actually happen is almost nothing. Punching Fire, or draw my Karakas. Yeah, I think that's like slightly better. Obviously, I didn't actually run the numbers. I believe it's slightly better anyways. That's pretty nice. Yeah, that's sort of how I feel about it. I'm gonna cycle on Dredge Loam. Now I'm just gonna cycle. Okay, that's also pretty good. That lets us win without using the combat step as well, which is sort of relevant right now. The problem is we're still not in the clear. They could like run her a few times and still kill me, which is kind of annoying. It would actually go to decking, I think, frankly speaking. That's pretty nice. Does that do anything? I don't think it does. I think porting my opponent doesn't actually do anything anymore, so I'm not going to. I don't think I'll actually want to play this anymore. But yeah, the fastest route to victory is to find Karakas, so that's why I'm trying to get there. I think I'm actually going to turn one of these mazes into a Taiga because the mana is better for me. Okay. Well, now I can just punching power them out, I think. I really, really care. Wasteland. I believe they're in the lock now because I have Chasm plus Crucible. Interesting. Well, the problem with that plan is I don't currently have a Ghost Quarter, but I could, hypothetically. I'm going to use this. Oh, I have a Ghost Quarter. Sorry. You are correct. I'm dumb. Frenzy is a non-bow with P-Fire and Loam. That's okay. If you have P-Fire and Loam in this situation, you don't need the Frenzy. That's not really like a downside, frankly speaking. All right, that is excellent. I'm going to just do that, I think. Float. Tap. And this debacle of the game. Yo, Walled Gardens, thanks for the follow. This used to be one of the best matchups for lands. Opponent has Maze also, though. I mean, sure, I'm going to play my Ghost Quarter, but... Alright, nice. I'm going to take a quick restroom break. There's reasons for the frenzy. I'll explain later. All right, so the explanation with regards to Frenzy is I want Frenzy in post-board games where I expect either it to be very grindy and attrition-y and my opponent to have a reasonable amount of graveyard hit. The second part of that is that slot used to be Tireless Tracker, and I was tired of everyone being rewarded for having Fatal Push and Lightning Bolts in their deck post-board versus me. And just getting to kill their 3-drop for 1 mana. Another card you could consider is Sylvan Library. But I actually do think the combination of Exploration plus Frenzy is powerful enough that I want to investigate it. So those are basically the reasons. Look, I think you should try it before poo-pooing it, frankly. FPOC. That's my plan currently. I'm trying it. So far, it is unclear, like, if it actually is good or not, which is fine. But, you know. So, yeah, that's the other thing, Autumn. I actually don't like Tracker versus the Grixis Delver deck was generally not as good as people want it to be. Aaron, I gave Casey the idea to play Frenzy as well. But yes, basically enchantments are really safe right now is the part of it. Reitzel once said that in order to solve a format or do well in a format, you really want your cards to line up well versus the commonly played interaction. Yeah, Edgar, I'm going to mod you. because you asked very nicely. Round 1, I played against Storm. We won 2-1. Round 2, I played against Sneak and Show, won 2-1. Round 3, I played against Grixis Control, and round 4, I played against Turbo Depths. Rounds 3 and 4 are actually good matchups. Rounds 1 and 2 are very, very bad matchups. So, you know, good beats all around. Playing against Flow True. I'm going to keep this hand. It's not great, but I think it's good enough to not have to keep. If you draw a Gamble, a Loam, or a Depths, it's a really, really good hand. Flow True is playing Eldrazi. This is a pretty good hand for me. I'm going to Mox Pitch Bog. Play Manabond. Play Stage and say go. I actually want to be able to cycle this. I think it's good versus Miracles. That's why I want to play it. I also think it's good versus Moon Stompy, ironically enough. Alright. Come on, Crop Rotation or Tabernacle. Alright, I'm going to main phase cycle. Okay, that's pretty good. Actually, I can crop rotate for, Do I just get the depths? Oh, I can't even make it, so no, I'm just gonna say go and see what happens. Yeah. I miscounted. I was double counting mana. Yeah, no, I should wait. If I get Thought Knotted, it becomes more interesting. Right. I'm going to turn this into Tabernacle then. And hope to draw a Wasteland. Kind of sucks. But if I draw a Wasteland or a Ghost Quarter or something similar, 2 of my opponent's creatures are going to die. I think waiting is slightly better, because if I get another turn, I can just make the Merit Lage, which wins the game. Whereas this is just like a stalling tactic. Well, that's nice. Get wreckedy wrecked. This is my favorite part of this matchup. They can pay 1 mana to save the Thought-Knot Seer. Hyperion, which is the part that matters. Nice. Spirit Guide. You name Spirit for Spirit Guide. They can just tap 1 colorless to pay for Thought-Knot Seer if I didn't Wasteland the Temple. Because that's pretty unsafe, they sometimes play Karakas, and I felt like it's safer to do this. Obviously, your play is possible. They generally have 1 to 3 Karakas, but I didn't want to risk it when I feel like the matchup is good enough I don't have to, if that makes sense. Obviously, it's hard to tell. I'm going to copy the ring here. I think it's the best card to copy. Really hope I don't lose from this board state. Fortunately, it is hard for them to develop more than one thing, most likely. Like, I think attacking me for 3 every turn. Yeah, we possibly should have copied Wasteland before sacking it. That was a punt on my part. Okay, well, I'm going to copy that. Okay, well, I'm going to put Life from the Loam in my graveyard. Nah, it's higher than that because Chalice for 2 is actually good. Bear with 2 guns. Like, Chalice in the Void is actually really, really, really good. Right. So, I'm going to board in such a way that I'm assuming that I'm going to get leylined. Yes, Factory is a blocker, essentially. It didn't cost me... It cost me 1 damage to make that play, and I think it's valuable to trade in case of I get screwed somehow, in my opinion. This card's not great. Honestly, we're sort of pre-boarded. I might side in the Crucible because it does get around Chalice on too. I don't think Frenzy is actually good here. But I could be convinced otherwise. No, because they're also really fast is the other problem. But I could be wrong there. I don't know. So far, I have not put a Frenzy on the stack. Alright, you want me to side in Frenzy? Okay. Then I think I'm going to side out 2 more gambles on the draw. If that's the plan. Not sure how much of this is y'all just wanting to see Frenzy. Rather than it actually being good in the matchup. But I'm going to try it. Well, I only have 1 gamble in my deck now. And a large portion of the idea behind this is that I think gamble often gets a lot weaker in post-board games. In case, let's go to... Oh yes, I was supposed to keep in the good game. Edgar, you're right. Oh, this hand's great. This hand's great, unless if I get chaliced, but it's really not mulling this hand. Frenzy is a good card in standard mono red. Opponent has gone to 1 card. Alright. Opponent has let me have the 5-0, essentially. Yes, that's exactly my reasoning, Aaron Kent. I'm glad that you get it. Should I change anything? Nah, we'll run it back. Well, that's a nice 5-0. I haven't 5-0'd in Legacy in quite a while. Both teams played hard. Yep. Clearly, Frenzy's unbeatable. That's the logical conclusion. Clearly. I don't know. I don't know what other conclusion you can draw from that. We literally won all over matches. White Faces. Lands is the best deck in Legacy. Probably not White Faces. Nah, I like having 1 ring, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, fam. Really just have no idea. Learn to love 6. I feel like this person plays Miracles, but I have no evidence based on anything except thinking that for God knows what reason. This hand, I think, is barely a keep. JOK1121 depends on who you ask. I find it hard to evaluate. I'll let chat chime in with their thoughts of that. Grixis control, maybe? Okay, this is great. This is great. It's also great. Both suck. I'm gonna gamble for exploration, I think. Okay, that's fine. It could be Grixis Reanimator. Yeah, you are correct. Yeah, real life Mox Diamonds are ridiculously expensive. No, they spiked, I don't know when. Somewhat recently, I guess, is the answer. Well, I'll give you a hint. Not all Americans paid 200 plus for Mox Diamond Bear with Guns. How many euros is it? I don't actually know how many euros it is. Do I want to crop for Wasteland? I kind of do. I'm going to. Eventually they'll run out of lands. Okay. Gonna cut off blue. Then I'm gonna start going to work on the Liliana with Punching Fire. Excellent draw. It's like actually the ideal draw, I think. They force it, that's fine. Gonna get Forest now, just in case if something wacky happens. What's up? I guess I'll say go. But yeah, this one's about a wrap, I think. Might be jinxing it. But the Punching Fire taking off 2 loyalty off of the Liliana means I'll be able to dig it up. Silva, LY. I think lands is favored, especially in game 1. Postboard is murkier, but I don't know why you type that in all caps. It's kind of not great, frankly. Actually, I want to save the life points. I'm going to just clear the board as much as possible. And no, I don't want that one back. Actually, I should get a Foothills, I think. I'm trying not to take damage from this tomb because I think the way I lose is my life total goes really low. Okay, well, joke's on them. I have another Loam. Just trying to contain their mana in case if something bad happens. Americans. I studied mathematics as an undergraduate at Dartmouth College. And I'm from Maryland. I went to graduate school and studied mathematical statistics. Hope that answers all of your questions. Oh shit. I messed up. The Sheltered Thicket's here. I didn't pay attention. I shouldn't have returned the Wooded Foothills then. Oh well, that's okay. We'll try not to make that mistake again, obviously. It's sort of a coincidence because I met him after I left, and I graduated way before he did. Port. Stage. Gonna P-fire that. And port the blue source, I think. Hopefully you have enough answers to steal my identity now. JK. Angler. Okay. There's basically biostatistics. There's also econometrics. I mean, do you want me to keep going? There's actually a bunch of like sub things that you can do. Reed went to Dartmouth. That is correct. I'm gonna play Canopy first. Cycle off this. I'm a statistician. I'm gonna gamble for depths. Actually, I could gamble for could gamble for Glacial Chasm. I wonder if that's safer, actually. I'm trying to figure out how I could actually lose. I have not done that. There's so much love. I mostly work in data analysis nowadays. I'm debating between depths and chasm, essentially. What do y'all think? I think this is actually an interesting decision. I guess I'll get depths. It didn't matter. Can't do anything. Just port the swamp again. That was like literally the only interesting decision I had this game, I think. But if you're wondering, the games in this matchup often look like this, where they can sneak one threat by, but they can't really finish you. So Snapcaster, you say? Let's see. I think I'm supposed to get Canopy as the last one. So I have enough to port the Black Source, block the Angler, and take 2. Seems fine. What's up, Kanaksai? Sorry, I was just deep in thought right there. If I lost this, it's probably because I messed up somewhere, and I'm not sure where. The problem is, there's a lot of actually small mathematical calculations you're supposed to make to see if you're supposed to dredge versus try to draw to crop rotation or gamble. I didn't really do any of those, but that's okay. What was I doing? This matchup. Again, I don't side and grip blind. I don't think it's great. I don't think I need Barbarian Ring. Oh, I think I was I siding Nissa? Nah, I always side this Inverse Miracles. Yes, that's the whole point of this stream. I'm trying this card. I don't know if it's good or not. We're currently 5-0 in matches, but the card didn't actually matter. The sound's actually good versus them. I'm gonna keep. It doesn't look good, but I think it actually is. Frenzy you want versus Miracles and like basically grindy decks that attack your graveyard. So that's my theory and I'm testing it, but you know. Supreme Pineapple. I tested a lot of Standard before the last Pro Tour. So I had an inkling that the card might be good. That's how I came to the realization about Tracker as well. I played a ton of the green-black slow deck in that Standard format as well. That might be good later. But yeah, we're just going to play it slow. I'm going to play the Waste. Obviously, it gives a little bit of information, but I think it's okay. Yeah. Now we'll see if they Blood Moon me or something like that. If they Blood Moon me, that's fine. I can't really do anything about it, so I'm not going to worry about it. So here, it depends on how many basics they play. Yeah, I thought this might happen. Alright, well, I'm going to Wasteland their land in response because it cuts them off of 1. This sort of sucks that we got, but it's okay. Let's see, do I actually have a way to win? I don't. But I'm not going to tell my opponent that yet. I'm going to let them kill me because if you tell them that, it actually spews information. Yeah, Blood Moon. I wonder if I'm supposed to do this. I'm going to. It annoys them sufficiently. I think they might not be able to actually do anything if this happens, and it might go to decking. Oh, I guess they have Gromag Angler in their deck, so it can't actually go to decking. So. Yes, I'm very fun. So I'm playing the Frenzy before playing the land because hitting the land off the Frenzy is superior. Well, that card does nothing, so that's okay. We can still play Frenzy. We can also do this, which clears off our top card. Can't do that. Okay. Alright, so I'm not going to dredge again, even though it's a dead card, because we would be behind the decking race. The problem is Tracker is so bad versus the removal people love to leave in versus you now. It kind of drives me nuts that people get paid off for leaving in bolts and fatal pushes and stuff. Like, you have to think about how people actually play against you. Oh, I'm behind now. Well, I'm still going to make them kill me. I don't think you want more Manabonds. I think that card is just so bad pretty often that I wouldn't do it. Okay. Well, we're just going to feign weakness because there's not much we can do. No, I really don't like doing that, generally speaking. Like siding in answer cards preemptively, even though this could theoretically happen. Because not every list plays this card. And we could have beaten a back to basics for what it's worth. Here I'm just going to do this to balance my range because they don't know if I have a Krosan Grip in my deck right now. So it might affect their play. But obviously once we see the Blood Moon, we need to side in at least 2 grips, if not 3. Yes, balance your range, Dad. The problem is they're not guaranteed to always have that. Like, just look at all of the deck lists on Goldfish Arctic and tell me how many of those lists actually have how many numbers of those cards. I don't think Blood Moon, it's like sometimes played. I would say probably a sixth of the decks play it. All right, now I'm going to concede. I don't want to show them my configuration now. Right, that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm going to just side in the grips for the gambles, essentially. Side out, probably the Glacial Chasm. Why am I such a cool cookie? I don't know. Don't even know how to answer that question. It's not 50-50. Let's not introduce the probability memes here, please. This hand's actually pretty freaking bad, I think. It's like pretty close. I'm gonna mulligan. Okay, this hand's fine. Why am I such a neat noodle? I don't even know what that means either. Gonna bottom that. Amazing apricot. I don't know what's going on anymore, frankly speaking. I'm not going to commit my Loam yet. Getting it surgical early is a good way to lose these matchups. Basically, I hope to get like an Ancestral Recal off of my Loam, and then if he gets like killed after that, whatever, that's fine. Because I want red-green sources. I don't know, like, how do you want me to answer that question? I could have. Yeah, maybe you're right, Stu. Maybe you're right. This sucks. It's a fast angler. Not a huge fan of that. I'm going to use stage to copy my forest, actually. This is what's going on here. We might be going nowhere fast, which kind of sucks. I should have actually wastelanded. That was a mistake. Basically should not have played the Grove, I think. This is not looking great. I don't think I want to waste that Badlands. I think I need to play towards certain outs. One of the outs could be Punching Fire. So I actually will want to make a red-green source this turn, I think. Another out could be Maze of Ith, in which case I also want the stage in play. Okay. So that takes off some of the pressure off of our life total, which is good. Getting commanded. So, right. Discard. Discard, I think. Third day of Kita got bitten by Blackwood. Ooh, that does not sound pleasant, frankly speaking. What's up, Bobinator Bob? What's up, everyone? We're on match 6. We 5-0'd earlier. This game's not looking great, but things could take a turn for the better. The problem is you have to sort of play slow post-board in these matchups. Am I just gonna get burnt out? That sucks. I'm gonna keep the grip for Blood Moon. If I get burnt out, that's fine. If I don't, that's better, obviously. Alright. Yeah, we kind of didn't go anywhere that game, which can happen. I think I was supposed to keep. Not sure I even played it correctly, frankly, but join match. I think I probably messed up actually thinking about it now. This hand is bad. So I'm going to put it back in my deck and find a new hand. How many green sources are in my deck? Let me think about this. I think 6 on the draw with a scry I'm actually supposed to keep. That's not one of them. Any green source makes his hand phenomenal. Uh-oh. I hate. Mirrors are awful. This mirror in particular is pretty awful, actually. So I didn't have grip in my deck game 2, but you need to balance your range and not let your opponent know that. So that's why I didn't concede immediately. I feel dead. Well, I guess the question is, do they have an accelerant? If they have an exploration right here, I'm pretty far behind. If they don't, I'm actually probably fine. Okay, I'm like full-blown dead, actually, I think. I did 5-0 the last week. Alright. So I'm actually going to stage their forest right now. Ancient Tomb's really, really good at doing this. Yeah, I'm kind of screwed. I agree with that, Anton. Rishadan Portal. So our opponent has a really, really old build of this deck. This card is good in the mirror sometimes, but frankly, the mirror, not that actually that many things matter. If that makes sense. Really disappointing. Sucks. So I think my turn is going to be tap forest for green, play Manabond, and just fire it. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just set a stop and stage their depths in my end step. And then this forces them to have an answer. And it kind of doesn't matter because I can keep redoing this. Show me what you got, what you really, really got. So they have a cycle off their thicket, so they're not completely dead yet. They should tap their depths for mana, I think, instead of their Mox, in case if they draw Gamble off the cycle. Should still tap your depths for mana, I think, first. Looks like they actually got killed, which sometimes this happens. I don't know why they put the depths into play. Lands on lands violence. But yeah, I think I got kind of lucky to steal this one. So few cards matter in the matchup. This is a matchup where tracker is really good. I don't have any trackers, so it's going to be awkward post board if their deck is configured that. Sorry, they have one more. No, they don't. Oh no, they do have one more redraw because they can cycle the thicket, and if they hit, well, they weren't supposed to dredge the Loam. I think they were supposed to cycle, play a green source, and see if they hit crop rotation. Terrible quality. I don't. What are you talking about? Do I want Frenzy? Do I want Experimental Frenzy in the mirror? I'm thinking about it. Yeah. Yeah, CH, MTG. They should not have dredged Loam. I'm still trying to figure that out. I think I'm going to side out one Maze. The card's actually not great. I don't think Nissa is great in the mirrors because it costs so much. A lot of the games, someone just gets a little bit behind and gets wastelanded out. So I think it's okay to shave 2 of these. Yeah, I'm going to side in these because I think one of the ways that a game can be lost or won is you bog your opponent's Loam / their Bojuka Bog, then you get to bog them as many times as you want and they can't do anything. So this is like a backup engine in that scenario. So I'm going to try this. Me having Ancient Tomb that game was actually phenomenal, frankly speaking. Ooh, this hand is nice. This hand is actually quite good. I'm still trying to figure out what that terrible quality statement actually meant. I'm not coming up with anything, frankly. Debating if I want to waste aggressively. I think I'm going to. They have crop rotation, it's fine. I'm going to actually discard Grove because I don't have any punching bars left in my deck. Nice. So the other secret to lands is that its mana base is actually not very good. But you can attack their red-green sources pretty aggressively. This is why I also usually play the full 4 Groves, and I liked having 3+ fetch lands. But now I'm really far ahead. Yeah, this was a gasser, obviously. I also think you should mulligan almost any hand that doesn't have acceleration in the mirror, barring a hand that has crop rotation. I think crop rotation hands are okay to keep, especially post board, because getting to bog your opponent is really, really, really powerful. So now I'm trying to figure out how I can lose. I'm going to loam it back, though. Not going to waste the waste. I don't think that accomplishes that much. Actually, maybe I should have. Talked myself out of it. I think maybe reducing them to nothing was actually better. Even it gives them a 2-for-1. Chalice for 1. This is a really weird way to approach these mirrors. I would not recommend doing this. You should not do this, in my opinion. Yep, buy all your lands. Also, it means I don't have to worry about surgical or anything like that, which is pretty nice. Obviously, I have like a bunch of dead cards in my hand, but like, do I even care? I would argue I do not care anymore. Yo, Tannen, thanks for the 29-person host. We are playing lands. It's currently a mirror right now, but my opponent kept a hand that I would not have kept, and it looks like they are going to die because of their decision. I have 2 depths in my deck. There goes the Crucible. Yeah, opponent also cannot play Exploration. They can play Mox Diamond, which I suppose is kind of annoying. I'm going to just main phase copy Taiga, because I want more red-green sources. I don't have any P-Fires in my deck currently, so I don't need Groves, really. Alright, nice. Yeah, don't do this. This is a bad idea in the mirror. Right, we're 1-1 this week. We 5-0'd the earlier one with Experimental Frenzies in our sideboard. But, you know, I don't know if it's good or not still. I like literally have no idea. Literally have no idea. Sounds kind of bad. Sounds much better. This sounds like close to the nuts. What is the best deck to grind legacy leagues with? Well, it depends on what your purpose is, I think, I would argue. I'm going to bottom that Barbarian Ring. I don't think it's good enough. What is your purpose in grinding the league? Is the question. Win. I mean, if I knew what the best performing legacy deck was, I would probably just play it nonstop. I don't really. I think personally, I would, if I cared only about winning, I would try to learn as much about miracles as possible and play that deck ad nauseum. Okay. Does that answer your question? I hope it does, frankly. Yes, that was Eric Landon. I used a lot of his advice to test for the Legacy Pro Tour as well, because I did not think lands was great. Obviously, if I decided to play lands, I would have not I would not have needed to consult him, I think, is how I would put it. I'm going to try to lock down their mana for a bit. I don't know what deck they are currently. Island Preordain could be a bunch of decks. But in any case, like, I'm not really doing that much. They might brainstorm. Yeah, that's fine. At least they have to redraw one of the cards. Ad nauseum miracles. That is a deck that hypothetically could exist. It doesn't sound very good. I think Reanimator is one of the faster decks to play a lot of matches with, if you want to. And it has a very high game 1 win rate. I don't particularly enjoy playing the deck, so I would not recommend that for other people. No, Miracles is good versus this deck. This is a bad matchup for the deck. Does that answer better PZE, PER? Or are you just like trolling? You could be trolling. Bottom both. Okay. Well, we want to draw those. That's good. So, I'm recommending people play Miracles in leagues if they want to win. I hope you're having a good one on Rog. I think here I'm gonna fetch for Taiga and stuff. Yeah, it might be show and tell, but like, what can I do really? I can't really do much about it. I'm gonna just keep porting their lands, and that's my best recourse, in my opinion. Hypothetically, these are all in a lot of versions of Miracles. I hate on Miracles. What is that CHMTG? I don't... Can you tell me what that means before I give an answer? I seriously have no idea what that means right now. By the way, I would like to give a shout out to Cardboard Live, who sponsors this stream. They've been, they also sponsored the player who won the Pro Tour. Yeah, good for them. Looks like I might be dead. Okay, cool. I'm actual dead. Can I get lucky in this matchup again today? Alright, I'm going to F6 because I can fetch during my upkeep if I need to. Actually, I shouldn't even F6 because if I have crop rotation, that messes up some of their lines. But I feel mostly dead. Turn 3, like about the right time for them to kill me. Petition is probably a guaranteed kill. Because, oh, there's a Passing Flint already? Then it's a definite kill. You can just get Cabal Ritual and cast enough spells for have a lethal thingy. But even if I had crop for Bog, I think the Petition is still lethal off of Ad Nauseam. But they're sort of... Yeah, this was actually kind of risky. The problem is the Bog's also in my hand, right? I'm going to make them show me the tendrils. Because, you know, if it's not in their deck, I don't want to just concede for no reason. Okay, it was in their deck. Good beats. Excellent beats. Alright, this card is dead. 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 These are good. This is not great. These are good. I have a Chalice, right? I have a Chalice. I can shave a Loam. I think I'm going to shave a Loam for a Frenzy. Just to see how it goes. Is there anything else I don't want? I think this looks fine. Yep. We'll see what happens now. Still don't really care for this matchup, but this one gives you a fighting shot. If this was an untapped green source, this would actually be a turn 2 Merit Wage, and that would be really good. As it is, it's like a turn 3 Merit Wage, no disruption, which is unlikely to be good enough, I think. I'm gonna ship. I don't think turn, like you saw, we got killed on turn 3. Beebs, thanks for the follow. I guess I keep. This is not terribly exciting, but that's actually probably good enough. I'm gonna play Exploration and Taiga and Zago. Next turn, I might gamble for Sphere and try to play it. I can cycle my Tranquil Thicket end step actually, which is kind of nice. Maybe they'll try to turn one me with a Past in Flames loop. That would really, really make my day. It doesn't seem terribly likely, but could hypothetically happen. So we are currently 6-1 with matches played with this list. I don't think it means very much because we got lucky in 2 bad matchups and 1 against 3 good matchups, and Frenzy didn't do that much. Scotty Nada, what's up? I hope you're having a good Wednesday. You know, thanks to all 100 viewers hanging out on this Wednesday, playing some lands right before Thanksgiving. Soft taco. Oh, I know who you are. I could go for some soft tacos right about now, frankly. You know, it sounds freaking great to eat some soft tacos about now. Yo, what's up, Mikey? I missed you, friend. We are currently 6-1 with this lands list, featuring coffee. I don't know if you knew, there's coffee on the plane of Ravnica. And the card I'm referring to is Experimental Frenzy's flavor text. Maybe they'll empty. Or maybe I'll get killed on turn 1. You know, good beats either way. Probably Tracker, which is kind of sad and boring, but, you know, is what it is. Huh. So they're just kind of turboing, hoping this is good enough. Interesting. Did I leave in Barbarian Ring? Did not. Okay, so this is kind of bad. They have an empty hand, so this is literally their hand right now. Wow. I'm actually really close to dead already. Kind of sucks. P Zephyr, I think the other card I would heavily consider is Sylvan Library, frankly. I think enchantments are just a lot safer than Tireless Tracker for living. What's the matter, Potter? Thanks for the follow? That's an interesting username. Also, my opponent hated Duress, so I don't have much gas left, unfortunately. Kind of hope they, like, actually kill themselves somehow by, like, not choosing the stop. They still have a Dark Petition in their deck. They have the manual tendrils. That sucks. Alright. Man. Do you think they cited out the Dark Petition? Because that was actually, like, kind of risky, I think, if they didn't cite out the Dark Petition. Like, do you think this hand is good enough to win? Up to here? I think it is. But I could be wrong. What happens? No. Bogging them doesn't do anything. Alright, I'm dead. GG's. This matchup did not improve that much. We got lucky versus it in the earlier league versus Friedman, but that time we got killed. Was that a turn 1 for them, actually? I think it was. We got turn 3 and turn 1. We lost to Grixis control in 3, and we won a Lands Mirror. I think my opponent was not well versed in how the Lands Mirror is supposed to operate. You can't find a soft taco emote. Well, I appreciate you hanging out, even if you can't find a soft taco emote. Alright, so far it's unclear if this Frenzy card actually does anything. I think it does, but I still have no real proof or evidence. I just have, like, an inkling that it probably does something. Plus, I really like coffee. Man, I should have a Jarvis coffee emote if I ever get approved for Twitch partner. Ooh, that's a nice emote, Mike. The stretched out emotes are kind of nice. Crystal Puff. Golgari Depths. Well, if it's truly Golgari Depths, I feel comfortable in the matchup. And this hand's freaking phenomenal, so. I wonder if Bob's coming in to ghost me. That would be really rude if Bob came in to do that. Nice. My exploration is safe. Honorog, I'll do it if you donate $2.50. I'm playing the Wasteland to play around a potential Merit Lage right here. We need to punching fire that thing immediately. It's too dangerous. Way too dangerous. Bob, you can have a life, but I would like your Bob to die. Bob, 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 Bob. Oh, I smelled weakness after Bob mulled to 6, put 1 on top, so that's why I wasted. Okay, that's good enough. Do you want me to do it? Honorog? Or would you rather I open a chest? Yeah, I should have cast Punishing with Ring, actually. You're right. Someone's crying. So now you have access to Jarvis Clap. Yeah, I should have done it with the ring. You're correct. Tattoo EU 49170. Yeah. Oh, Thomas. Haha, he's watching Magic. Ooh, that's a nice draw, actually. I can play my ring first and get back the punching fire, which is probably correct. Electoral doesn't matter in this matchup. Do I want to play the Chasm right now? Oh no, this is my second land, so I can't even. Long dog. You know, someone gift this man, please. He's such a good person. Probably a Bojuka Bog. Ooh, a Wasteland. Oh, there's the Bog. Okay, it's fine. I'm just gonna say go and see what happens. If Bob doesn't take any actions, I can make the Merit Lage. This is kind of interesting. I'm going to make the Merit Lage. My hand's actually pretty bad at doing anything else. I'm going to sack the Barbarian Ring. And I have to do it now because I know Bob got a thingy. How long can this go on? I don't know. This is going to be a fast one, I think. Find out if Bob has Karakas in his hand. Oh, I don't play Hearthstone. Yeah, so sometimes this happens if you exploit an opening in their thing. My play was basically forced right there for what it's worth. Nah, he plays Loam, so I'm gonna leave those in. Decide that out. That's not great. Decide out. Maybe go like that. Yeah. That's what I figured. Might go like this, actually. Yeah, Bob forced me to kill him, actually, because of the discard spell. So it worked out well for us. Alright, we're gonna try this config. Anyways, hope everyone's having a good Wednesday. Anton, don't give me that. These cards are all mana traders. Literally all from mana traders. Mike, you could try that. I encourage you to try that and let me know if it's actually good. I don't think it would be that good in Vintage, but this hand's pretty good, so I'm going to keep. What do I want to discard? I think probably Tranquil Thicket. I'm going to get the Forest to play around Decay plus Wasteland. I think it doesn't cost me that much to do that. Comfa? Nah, I'm okay just jamming the Loam. I thought that deck usually plays Leyline. That's true, Anton. Alright, oh, that needs to die. Nice. Great. I'm actually going to main phase fetch. Yo, Scotty Nada, thanks for the follow. Put your stuff in the graveyard. Kind of wondering if Bob's going to waste my Taiga. Taiga, that's a wrapper, right? I don't know. Nice, this is gas. No, he didn't have surgical then, so he can't have surgical now, or it's basically impossible for him to. So I'm just going to return it now. Feel pretty far ahead. Stage. Okay. Nice. I'm gonna cycle first. That didn't improve, obviously, but that's okay. Red, green, Taiga. Something like that, yeah. Interesting. How do I want to play this? Super exposed to my opponent just jamming it, obviously, which kind of sucks. See what happens. I can possibly cycle into a crop rotation. There's only one left in my deck. Okay, it's fine. I'm going to discard this fetch. I don't think it has anything good to get left. Huh. Okay. This is really annoying, but there's not much I can do about it, I think. So try to kill that safekeeper a bunch of times. Yep, this is really annoying. I think I have to take a blind draw, actually. Let's see, what's the plan now? So I actually need to draw pretty close to the nuts. Alright, that's not it. Can I do anything? Nope. Kind of annoying. That one slipped away from us, but, you know, that'll occasionally happen, I think. Didn't find enough defense, really, is the real problem. And also basically needed an exploration, which I didn't have either. This sounds pretty good. I wonder if Krosan Grip is not actually good versus my opponent, actually. Oh, it took 20 years for someone safekeeper to matter. Yeah, good point. Alright. Have no fear, because I can't play around this surgical anyways, because I literally don't have any ability to do so. No discard, please. Fuck. I wanted that Crucible. It's a good backup. Okay, nice. This is going okay. We didn't get Snap Surgical on turn 1, so he would have to top deck it at any point, essentially. Especially once he thought seizes me. So, how is everyone else doing while we wait for Bob to figure out what to do about this situation? Interesting. He's gonna kill the Mox? I'm getting bogged, I guess. This looks like a bog. Yep. It's okay. Don't love that. This is bad. Wonder if putting off the Mox matters. So they have Depth, Swamp, Catacombs. I don't think it's gonna matter. I'm gonna port though. Do I have both frenzies in? No, I have one. Okay. Good to know. Who wins? Currently Bob will, but this is why I'm not going to Wasteland in this situation. I'm going to grip though here. I think I should have just gripped the last turn. Crop rotation is a really important card in the mirrors actually. I'm still not out of it, mostly because I'm not dying. Which is nice. If I were dying, it would be worse. It's less than ideal. I'm gonna get Taiga because I would rather draw the Sheltered Thicket to actually cycle. This kind of sucks. Something good? Anything good? I'm gonna play this one. I'd rather that one get killed, I think, than any of the other ones. I think I'm gonna lose though. It's just gonna be kind of slow and painful. Which makes me sad, but you know, losing also happens. Currently, what's our record currently? If I go with the first league, I'm 1-2 in this one, so I'm 6-2 overall. Okay, well if you're gonna do that, I'm gonna just do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, obviously you get a good crop rotation here, but you can force the use of the crop at least, which I think matters. One thing Bob can also do, which is sort of glacially slow, is to Wasteland, float a black from your bog, waste your own bog, loam it back, and keep bogging me like every other turn. That is really, really slow, but at some point when there are enough lands in the graveyard, you actually want to do that, I think. Looks like we might be in for a quick 1-3, unfortunately, in the second league. It is unclear if Frenzy is actually good in this deck or not, which is kind of sad. Basically could not get a good feel for it, but I believe it is good versus Miracles, which is where a matchup where I want help. So I think it might be good versus Taxes actually post board, but don't quote me on that. It's probably good versus like the really slow versions of Grixis. I don't know. I would have to think about it more in that regard. Those like specific things. I think I sided in too many Krosan Grips too, which is a problem. But that's okay. I think if I knew Bob's exact configuration, I wouldn't have all of the Krosan Grips in my deck. Oh well, losing happens. I'm not going to worry about it. The question is, do I want to start another league? That is really the biggest question. Oh wait, thanks for the follow. Not sure if I mentioned that. Oh, Lotus is great. Kind of tired though. Okay. I have 4 crop rotations and a Karakas to punch this play essentially. But I need to draw one like right now. So I believe Bob has Wasteland in his hand, but we'll force the game out. Yep, that was annoying. I don't really want to start another league, I think, but well, okay, I will. Just for the people. And also for the fact that we're still fine. Do you think they'll make a new token for the new Dark Depths and Ultimate Masters? I'm not sure. Probably is the answer, right? Feels like this. They probably would. Wait, wasn't there one spoiled? I think there was one spoiled. Merit Wage. May. I really thought there was one spoiled. No, the Dark Depths art was spoiled. I guess I'll link it here. But I would assume there's a new token associated with that. I really like that art, actually. I think it's kind of sweet. Okay, we got another match. Let's see who we're playing against. KCC. Why does this name sound familiar? I'm gonna reluctantly keep. Cast Gamble on turn 1. I don't think I do. I think I'm gonna cast Gamble next turn. For... Oh, I might have goofed. Actually, is our opponent Depths again? Christ, there's so much Depths floating about. I got. It's okay. What's with the Urborg though? Oof. That's not great. Probably should have played the Taiga actually. Okay. I don't think this is Pox. This really does not look like Pox to me. Question is it a deck that's soft to me jamming Merit Lage on turn 4? The answer is I'm not sure. The other question is, do I main phase it versus this, whatever this looks like? I think I'm going to. I think this deck is probably full of Wastelands, so I'm going to just jam. It strikes me as a deck that is likely to be full of Wastelands. The other reason not to do it is because they have Baleful Strix. But, you know, if they have Liliana good beats, I'm not going to worry about it. I also have, like, not a hand that can really do anything about this. That's pretty good, actually. I can recreate the 2020 this turn, if necessary. Like, versus, like, a Jace or something weird like that. But they didn't have a removal spell this turn, so that means they would have to top deck one next turn. I'm going to discard Taiga. We might win. We might win. I don't like to count my chickens before they hatch. Are they out of fetchable lands? Because I feel like they should crack otherwise. I also don't understand what's going on in this game. Really have no idea what is occurring. Interesting. I mean, I've drawn a bunch of 1-drops and random lands, so this is all I have. If you have a kill spell, you have a kill spell. What the hell? Okay, guess that's in. For what it's worth, this doesn't actually work very well versus this combo. Of a list of cards that I would have expected, that was not one of them. I'm not gonna lie. Well, you can just Thoughtseize it. Not that that actually overwrites it being like a valid strategy or whatever, but you can Thoughtseize it. Nice. Fetid Fools is the cousin of Sheltered Thicket. Land still tech. I mean, look at how many ones I've drawn, but I also think I probably should not have kept my hand in retrospect. But this is okay. Academy Ruins? I think I'm actually going to cycle the Canopy, because if our opponent has another Obstructionist, I actually want to Punching Fire it. Oh well. Okay, well, that was something, alright. Alright. What did we see? It's like, I really don't understand that deck currently. Let me go try to see a deck list for that deck to try to assess. But it's really hard to know how to play against a deck like that. Alright, it is Boglands-esque. I've found a link for this deck for those of you who would like to see it. That is what it looks like approximately. This also makes me think I want Choke, Crucible, some number of Krosan Grip. I probably do not want Manabond. I'm going to side out some number of Gambles. I'm going to side out Barbarian Ring, Glacial Chasm, probably one Maze of Ith. I'm going to leave in Karakas for the Gitrog monster and Leovold. Other question is, do I want Frenzy? Yeah, I don't know how to describe it, frankly, but it's okay. This is actually not great for some, I think. Are they trying to leyline me? They are. They have a bunch of leylines and a Helm of Obedience. And I'm going to side in one Frenzy, I think. And probably shave the 4th Gamble. So I'm going to try this and see what happens. You know, for science. I'm going to keep. Not great versus a leyline, but the hand I think is overall strong enough. Bad versus a Chalice. But for them to always have turn 1 Chalice is not that likely. I think if you run the numbers, it's not actually like a large number for them to have Chalice. Ooh, that's a nice one. You can have a life. I'm actually going to play this tapped. Because they can waste one of my red-green sources. I need to get the other red-green source into play, essentially. Okay. I don't even think I'm going to play Frenzy. I think I'm going to just try to turbo. Right? Don't I just have to turn 2? If they tap out for something? I think that is my actual plan. Also, if they wasteland my stage, I can copy their forest. So I can't tell if people are joking or not. You know that's my problem, CHMDG. You actually know me so well that I don't know if someone's joking or not. You should know that. You really should know that. Chad is deadly serious. I don't think he's deadly serious most of the time. Also, this is an adventure. I don't know. Ghost Quarter, okay. No jokes here. Fair enough. Gonna say go. Gonna just play 2 more lands. We're in the exact same situation. I'm gonna see what they do with their turn. Opponent, I linked the deck list above. If you click on it, you can see their like last list of this. I don't know how to describe it, frankly. Like I literally, I don't know what you want me to do about that. Okay, well, I'm gonna respond. Yeah, Soul Type Commander is probably correct. I've had Tomb for quite a while. I think if you look at GP Columbus,
GG's. That's the link. I think it's probably close to that list. I had 2 Wastelands for you, Casey, so I'm not sure it actually mattered what you did. I also don't know how your deck operates besides looking at that link and deciding that depthing fast is probably safe most of the time. So we're 1-0 in this league. We've gone 5-0, 1-3, 1-0. I think I would have played out Strix, but oh, okay, CHMTG. I hope I win the rest of my matches, including versus you. Ooh, this hand's nice. Hand's really, really good, unless my Mox gets forced. So let's hope for not that. Shaking off the legacy rust. There's a bunch of it. We be Loam. Oh no. Oh no. Not like this. Not like this. Oh boy. Alright. I'm gonna gamble for stage, I think. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, well, don't kill me on your turn 3. I don't really have any better counterplay than do this. I don't like grinding versus grindstone. What is this art from? Like, does this exist in real life? Does anyone know the answer to this question? Those are the questions I have. If anyone knows what that's from, please let me know. Huh? Okay, I guess they just didn't have a mana source. That's weird. I also don't know much about their deck. I would suspect it's blue-black. But it's kind of hard to tell with how little information we have. I suspect this is not good versus them. Yeah, they certainly have the informational advantage here because we didn't get to see much. I suspect Maze is not phenomenal versus them. It could be anything. Alright. So we're gonna sort of operate blind. I'm sure this card is good. That's all I know for sure. And I might side in like 1 Frenzy. Maybe I'll side in Nissa randomly just to see if it's good. I don't know. Like none of these. It's hard to tell. Actually, I'll just have both Frenzies and Nissa in. And operate in this way. Kill them upkeep with Punishing Fires. That is unlikely to happen for a lot of reasons. I'm going to ship the 7-card hand with no green. If one of these was a green source, obviously it's like a snap keep, but this is good enough, I think. Plus cool cards minus not cool cards. Yeah, that's what's basically happening. I don't think I want another gamble. Oh, what's in it? I guess that's like would be kind of helpful to know. Problem is I don't even know if our opponent is actually... Yeah, I don't really know what's going on right now, so I'm going to just stand by. Did I set up Bog? Okay, good, I didn't. I think there's a possibility that's like a hybrid deck. Alright, that's fine. I don't care about that. It's probably naming Thespian Stage, but that's actually fine. Given A, I have Krosan Grips, B, you can just pay 30 to tick it down manually. Alright, so they're hybridized. That's good to know. I don't actually want to cast the Gamble. So if I play this, they can stage it if they have a mana source, but then I can crop rotate for Karakas. The question is that worth doing? I feel like I don't even want to play it. I'm just going to say go and force them to commit 2 of their lands to make Adepts. Interesting. Okay. Ooh, I am dumb. I should have made Merit Main. You are correct. I just totally missed that. Is it too late to do that? It's not. I should actually do that now, I think. That was bad. You're absolutely right. That was just foolish. Fortunately, we can still remedy this. They have a 1-turn window to kill us with something. I'm not sure what. Alright. So now they could have a bunch of like rituals and a grindstone to kill me, which would suck. I hope that does not happen. Well, this is why we call this combo lands and not tar pit you 7 times lands, right? Just getting lucky sometimes that they don't have good interaction versus the thing we have. So we are 5-0, 1-3, 2-0 so far. Still unclear if Frenzy is a good card. Also, I have random songs stuck in my head right now. That person's now playing Artifact. The 1-3 losses, I don't remember. We lost to Depths once, I know. We lost to Storm once. Don't remember the other loss. And when I say Depths, I mean the like Dark Confidant Mox Diamond Depths deck that Bob Hong was playing. I guess I can go check. Grixis Control, Lands Mirror, Storm, Mox Diamond Depths. I have not seen Miracles tonight, which is weird. The way my deck is configured is to be better versus them. But, you know. I think it's like the most played deck, but... Let's see how much most played actually is. My stomach's starting to hurt. Probably shouldn't have eaten so much food. It's only 5.8% according to Goldfish. So, yeah, it's the most played deck, but that's... You're like 1 in 19 to play it, essentially. But that also aggregates real life and online. But also the online data is like biased towards to only having 1 copy of any deck, really. So it's... I don't know. There's a lot of caveats with that number. Tommy's Silvers. Legacy's good, so I'm going to keep.
Go exploration, gamble. Aether Vale off island, so they're probably slivers, which is generally a good matchup, but you know, anything could happen. Okay. I guess it actually is more likely to be Merfolk, given basic island. Excuse what I said before. Interesting. I'm gonna lead on Manabond. Force, pitching force. Okay. I'm going to gamble for Loam. Okay. So they have one card left on turn 2. I tried Artifact in beta JW Hollow. I didn't particularly enjoy it, so I didn't. I'm not really trying to play it, I think. Still getting Loam. Gonna save the card rotation. Kalu Garu, not really. If someone donated, I would probably try it, but besides that, I don't really have any interest in doing so. Okay, so we're gonna need to find. Right, nice. It kind of makes me happy, actually, that happened. Should I? I guess I can get Tabernacle and kill one of their creatures. Is this tempo? This is tempo for me. Okay, so the real question is, do I get Tab, Maze? I think I'm supposed to get Tab, actually. It kills only that, but I only take 2 per turn. And it prevents the board from getting flooded. Right. I don't know. It's a close decision there. I don't know what I'm doing. What are you talking about? That's ridiculous. Alright, I hope I draw something good. It's actually okay. Alright, so this is going to trade with Silvergill Adept. Then I'm going to be able to dig pretty deep with the Tranquil Thicket. Crop rotation versus Wasteland is like a weird sub-game that is kind of tricky to play. Oath. Do you have Niv Mizzet in your Oath deck? Because I think that card is sweet. Okay, there's the maze. That's pretty amazing, as the kids say. I think maze plus tab might actually be close to the lock. Because you can't get like... Yes, Niv Mizzet plus Brainstorm. Golly, what a world we live in. Sounds freaking phenomenal to me. It sounds like a lot of fun, actually. I don't play that much Vintage anymore, but that sounds fun. I think if I had to go to a tournament, I would play Paradoxical Outcome, though, because I think that deck is really, really, really good, and I like casting large amounts of spells. The early days of the standard format were like Sarkhan, the Fireblood, Niv Mizzet deck in this standard format. Then last weekend, there were 4 Niv Mizzet and 4 treasure maps, which is kind of overkill. Bride the Fry guy, not really. The problem is there's without like the true Moxen, it's really much worse, I think. And yeah, Niv and Blue Mirror seems insane. I might regret starting this league, but I need to finish it now that I've started it. So you guys are going to get to see, you guys and gals and other people are going to get to see all sorts of things going on. Yeah, vintage. It's going well, Elf Kid. Oh, I'm not doing that. I already want to go do something else as it is. I didn't really think the outcome deck in Standard was very good, but I don't think I was the target audience for that. Yeah, vintage is pretty cheap on Magic Online. I just don't really enjoy playing it. I should actually cycle first, I think. I shouldn't have played that land, though. You play tier 1 decks for under 350. Yep, sounds about right. I also am mana trading right now, LJ Axstar. I do too. This game's basically over. It's just a question of how long it will take me to actually kill my opponent. I don't think it will take that long, actually. Alright, first I'm going to lead with a cycle. Whoa, there was a cheer? Thanks for the 1-bit twin Dom N. I don't know yet. Not sure. I'm going to cycle off the Sheltered Thicket as well. Because a Mox would be really good. That's pretty good too, though. Oh, really? Okay. Let me figure out how to do that. Where's the link for it? That is really good to know. Referral program? Oh, I think I found it. I think that's it. Does that look right? I believe that would be correct. Because it doesn't make sense for that not to be correct, I guess, is actually putting it. Alright, we'll dredge some more. Soon I'm going to stop dredging because it won't do anything. I vaguely remember that. Then you asked me if I lived with Honorog and Bob, and I told you I didn't. I think Urborg would be really good in lands if I was playing like a black base build. I think if you don't have black in your deck, it's not good enough, unfortunately. Taiga go. I'm going to discard Bog. Bog doesn't do anything. This is a really painful game. Sort of. Like, there are a few cards that would basically auto-win. Yeah, you got to be careful about that stuff. Tilting is definitely dangerous. Kevin from Ohio, thanks for the follow. That's an awfully specific username. Dredge. Alright, I can get back the 2 things. Ooh, that's pretty nice. Depths. I'm gonna just discard like this and this. Karakas might be valuable in a bit. What is my most tilting match? The match where I punted to Ben Stark in round 16 of Pro Tour Oath. I'll tell the story real quick. I'm at 9 life. Ben has 2 cards in hand and minuses a Johnny Vengeance targeting me. Yeah, sometimes things show up as Emrakul triggers. Then I let it resolve instead of casting Chord of Calling for Kitchen Finks. Then end of turn I cast Chord of Calling for Kitchen Finks and I just get double bolted in response. So like clearly my fault, and it was kind of sad, but you know, shit happens. If I'm gonna side and choke, I should leave in the tomb actually. The Bog can come out, the Karakas come out. Probably want some number of Krosan Grip. The question is how many. Side in 3 for 3. I'll side in 2 for 2 gambles. I probably got bored of that game. It was going to be really, really, really hard for them to win. Yeah, possibly I should have had one more grip in. I feel like this is actually a keep, but it's close. Actually, I guess I'm pretty vulnerable to days as well. Nah, I'm gonna keep this one though. I don't need a second Dark Depths. That's for damn sure. Yeah, that is a relic. You are correct. I like the last game, our opponent basically used all of their cards to counter all my stuff and didn't do anything else. That might happen again. I'm kind of rooting for that to happen again, frankly. Okay, you got my exploration. Sucks. I'm gonna gamble for something. Not sure what. Probably a fetch. Mox is the other option, yeah. I don't think I want to be down another card though in the face of a relic though, which is why I'm hesitant to get the Mox. It does speed me up 1 turn, but the question is which of these cards do I want to lose? Probably the Depths. So it's either a fetch or a Mox. I'm trying to evaluate what's going to happen. Is really the answer. I'm going to get the fetch. Okay, nice. I used to play this deck a lot. I used to. Well, I'm pretty happy about this. I'm not getting killed, which I think is the most important thing. I'm going to not cast the Loam into the... Well, actually... Well, too late.
I should have reconsidered. Because if they pop the relic on just one land, essentially, because they were going to do this, it's a lot better for me. But this is okay, too. Like, they're not putting any pressure on me, so I'm okay with this. Alright, I'm going to actually just grip the relic now. Yeah, you're kind of correct. Teleperio, thanks for the follow. You cannot crack your relic. They could have relicked. They could have like made me exile a land in response to the grip, and I think that's probably the correct play. But I'm glad it didn't happen, obviously. That was nice. It's a nice one, actually. A really nice one. Yeah, Merfolk. I think I'm actually going to play Tab to tax their mana. I'm a fan of this. Like, stone raining them for each of their creatures is great for me. Especially since they didn't do anything for so long on one land. It's really unlikely they would do something on one mana now. I'm trying to dredge into Punching Fire or something somewhere. Alright, that's fine. Probably going to play the Maze this turn. Like, I'm not sure a 2/2 is ever going to kill me quickly enough through my setup that this is like a good idea, right? I wonder if this opponent plays Submerge. They probably do. I can't fathom a Merfolk deck not playing Submerge. Okay. Now we'll dredge that. Ooh, that's nice. I'm gonna main phase cycle Tranquil Thicket. Yeah, this is a matchup clearly where having more Punching Fires would be great. Frenzies are just in the board, yeah. I think there's too many matchups in game one where they're not going to be good enough that you don't actually want to start them, Fine Gersh. If that makes sense. Opponent let Curse Catcher go. That is probably a smart idea. Because opponent doesn't even want to play anymore. Yeah, Merfolk, for a monocolored deck, it has such a bad mana base. I have an Ancient Tomb in my main, like KC does, and what's the other thing? Trying to remember. Can't remember. Well, Finders, click the deck list thing. I think Merfolk is probably better off versus lands than Elves is, but it's not by a lot. If I had to guess. Like, not by a lot. I guess I should be glad that I joined another league, because I'm 3-0 in this one. Hand's phenomenal. This is like a really, really, really good hand. Welcome to the turn one. Have the nuts. This is almost the nuts, I think. Yo, Legacy Goblins, thanks for the follow.
I'm actually a huge fan of Legacy Goblins. Used to be one of my favorite decks. Fortunately, I don't think it's aged well, which I think is the problem with the deck. What? H. Cedric? I don't know what that was about. Hope they're not sneak and show. Really hoping for that. Cedric, you. I like how I have 3 different wastelands because of mana traders. It's really just something else. I really hope they're just a mid-range blue deck. Well, if they're miracles right now, I think I'm actually slightly ahead. Obviously, it's not a guarantee, but I'm going to stage my Grove, I think. It's league number 3. We're 3-0 in this one on Rug. I went 5-0, 1-3, 3-0 so far. I'm starting to get a headache. Been staring at a computer screen for a while. Alright, that's pretty nice. Okay. Yeah, I should get some water. I'm also I work at a computer screen for most of the day, so that probably doesn't help matters either. I think if they're sneak and show, I actually have them checkmated. Well, not checkmated, but we get the first attack, so it's kind of nice. Alright. It looks like a mid-range deck of sorts. The Bloodstained Mire, I think, implies Grixis, frankly. You can correct me if I'm wrong, obviously. I'm just going to shove, because I can basically keep shoving almost every turn, which is nice. Yeah, hydrate. I don't have the hydration bot in my channel, but I do know the bot you're talking about. Edict. Swamp Edict. Yeah, this looks like an Edict to me. Oh, we get to shove again. Got Depth Stage Port, because I think we might want the port at some point. I think if they have a force, they're sort of priced into forcing this, which is good for me. Yep, they pitched Jace. That's okay. So I'm probably going to make another Grove, just to have more red green sources in case if it turns into a P-Fire game. Alright, but this was more likely. I think they're Grixis based on Bloodstained Mire. I'm going to pretend they don't have Blood Moon. I'm on the fence about wanting Nissa versus them, frankly. I don't know what you all think. Should I have Nissa in? What do you think? I'll put it there for right now while I decide what to do about it. Two Nissa? Oh, I only have one Nissa. Just play all 75. I don't think I'm going to do that. I'll have one Krosan Grip in. I've actually decided that this is probably better, just in case. It's low cost to have one Krosan Grip over the Karakas. Well, I'm gonna try this. I'm not certain that you actually want Nissa on the draw. Cormac Angler is the glue holding Legacy together. That might actually be true somehow. I don't know how to put it, but that might be true. So we're 3-0 up a game versus presumably what's Grixis, although we've only seen Island Swamp, Bloodstained Mire, Jace, Force, cantrips. Alright, well, this is what I signed up for. Ponzies. That's a mean to snuff out. Dude. Snuff out is technically a legacy playable card in Shadow, but I'm not sure it's all that great. Alright. So do I want to jam? Oh, I want to do this, I think. This probably wants to happen. I don't think I want to jam the Loam yet. Okay. If they take Loam, it's because it's getting Surgical, and I'm okay with that. If they take Frenzy, well, that's because Frenzy is obviously like good for some. I don't know what's going to happen. It's kind of interesting. What's going to happen? They took Frenzy. Yep. I'm just going to fetch Taiga and stuff. No. There were, yes, we played it once when we were dead to Grixis control because I didn't side in any grips. Choose not to shuffle. %% loss rate. Yep. You're correct. That's how it works. That's how mathematics works and statistics works. Yeah, someone else mentioned that. It was, I think Mikey mentioned that earlier. Hi, Cedric. I don't know what that's about still, like, frankly speaking. Well, if I'm getting Surgical and I'm getting Surgical, I literally can't do anything about it now. Looks like a Surgical incoming. I don't think that's reasonable to tell Perio. Depends on the exact depths deck, obviously, but I don't think it's good enough most of the time. This is interesting. I hope my opponent doesn't have Diabolic Edict, because I think I'm going to push in, because I don't think it gets better for me if I don't. Yo, Brando1980, thanks for the follow. All follows are appreciated. Kind of hope I draw Punishing Fire. It would make it easier. Four crop rotation, one stage, fees one green decks. I suppose that's technically a thing you could do. I'm not sure it's actually good enough to win with. Alright. So I'm going to do this and hope to draw Punching Fire or a Krosan Grip. That makes it harder. If my opponent tops, what am I supposed to do? I don't think I can do it now. Kind of sucks. Right, I'm not going to. You've been playing Nick Fit and you played 2 crop rotation anyway. That's fair. Wonder if they're just going to try to Fate Seal every turn. Karakas is like reasonable. I think Karakas may be better than Ghost Quarter in your Nick Fit deck, actually. Don't quote me on that, obviously, but I'm gonna make a copy of Rishadan Port actually now. Come on, Punching Fire. Alright, well, now I can fetch if they leave on top. I think I'm basically forced to call because they're in such a good position where they can afford to take slight risks. I guess it is kind of like a weird game theoretic problem if I'm supposed to call or not. I don't know. I can port 2 things and make another port. Which is kind of nice. Which is the plan. I can split up the mana floats, which I'm going to do. I was saving the fetch for this reason. Whoops. Now if they leave on top, they look pretty stupid. This was part of the plan. I was supposed to keep that fetch lying around. Maybe they'll time out. Oh, they topped. That's bad. Yeah, I messed up. Well, I'm gonna let them do their thing, and then If they leave on top, again, I'm going to crop rotate end step. Also, technically, they're really sort of behind on time. I think I sided out the Barbarian. I did. But also, I don't have Threshold, so I would only have 6 in my graveyard, even if I cast it for Barbarian. Nah, it's really hard for me to know their hand unless I splash black Joe's times C. I don't really like splashing black, generally speaking. Alright, they plussed on me. I'm going to crop rotate for another Grove. They should have gotten for one, I think. Would be 8 with the combo. That's true. I just don't see... I mean, like... What's the likelihood they have Diabolic Edict by now? It's pretty high, right? Like, I would prefer not to do that unless I'm absolutely forced to. Alright, well, let's waste some of their time. I'm ahead by, like, 5 minutes-ish. It's game 2, I'm up a game. Well, that's, like, I can tap them out of black, but they still have a Baleful Strix, right? And actually, I can't really tap them out of black because they still have Bloodstained Mire. Alright, I'm gonna kind of hope they messed up because I'm going to die soon anyways. I'll make that. It's indestructible. Refuse to pay. Alright. I'm going to attack Jace and see if my opponent blocks. With the Jace hold on a stack, I'm going to concede. Gained like a minute or two. Given how that went, I don't really want to change very much, I think. I really don't think this card is very good for Grixis control, generally speaking. I think I'm just going to leave this as it is and hope it's fine. They might be readjusting given that they saw my deck with Surgical Extraction. Tabernacle of time opponents out. That's not my primary game plan. And in fact, I think Tabernacle is kind of not great versus deck, but occasionally you can tie up enough of their mana while they're trying to kill you with random idiots that it's good. I don't think Bog is great. You could make a case for playing it still because it's sometimes useful, but I'm trying for a more... what's the word? More long game plan instead of like one-shot deals. I think Bog is like a one-shot deal versus them. And it's only like okay at shutting off an Angler or Snapcaster. That's my personal opinion. I would not fault people for trying to play it a different way. Alright, I'm going to use the restroom real quick because the opponent's still thinking. Alright, we are on the play for Game 3, Round 4 of the third league, and this hand's great. So I'm going to keep. Very good hand. Hope I don't get a... I'm not sure. The Enlightened Master, thanks for the follow. You must have followed while I was using the restroom. Otherwise I would have given a shout out immediately. Are you related to Narset? Usually try to sandbag my Wastelands to not give them info. They might take P-Fire and Surgical it. Which is okay. If you want to do that, I'm okay with it. I have the Tranquil Thicket behind. I didn't want to cycle at EOT because if they counter the Loam while I try to Loam back the Cycler, it doesn't work out well for me, I think. This is going well. This is what I had in mind when I kept this hand, obviously. We've got Blood Moon covered, which is nice. If opponent really wants to Surgical the P-Fires, it might be an issue at some point, but I'm not going to worry too much about it. Okay. This is fine. I've gotten what I needed out of that card, really, I think. I'm actually going to get a Forest in case if there's like a weird Blood Moon occurring at some point. Could actually start cycling the Thicket because of Canopy. Might do that at some point. Feel okay about this game though. Did opponent brick on a land? Ooh, that's really, really good for me, actually. That's good for me, too. I'm going to prioritize drawing cards over anything else. Oh, I don't have an exploration. For some reason, I thought I had... it's the exploration that got explosives. Alright. I don't think they have surgical, because they would have surgical with the P-Fire earlier. Yeah, this makes sense. It doesn't make sense for them to have surgical in their hand. I've thought a bunch about Modern lately. What do you want to know? I've tried a bunch of decks because the RPTQ is Modern, and the Invitational is half Modern. Okay, it's fortunate I have this in my hand. Runaway Phoenix Red. I don't like the Runaway Steamkins in that deck. I think they're not very good, actually. Which might sound weird, but it was my experience that they just weren't good. Do I buy the stats of that? Well, the thing is, you have to look at the sample size of some of those matchups. It's really small for some of them. That's okay. I'm going to fire that in here, obviously. Right now, if I had to play a GP, I think... It's actually a really good question. I hope he doesn't have another second back to basics. If I had... I don't know, probably Ironworks, but... I was not doing great with that deck in some recent playtest games, so I don't know. Blue Moon with Phoenix. That sounds interesting. Can't say I know much about Blue Moon with Phoenix, but I do think Thing in the Ice is a really strong card in Modern. So with regards to that Charlie, the version I liked of the mono red version the best, I liked 4 Swift Spears and 4 Lava Spike. I liked trying to just kill my opponent and use Reveler just as like a card drawer after I ran out. I don't know if that makes any sense, but Charlotte and I streamed that a few weeks ago, so you can check out that deck if you really want to. And yeah, the price of Arc-like Phoenix on Match Online is outrageous now. It's kind of absurd. You top 8 6 out of 8 PPTQs. I have watched Sean McLaurin, if that's what you're referring to, not Sean McLaren. I don't know. Yeah, I feel you. L Jack Star. Alright. I think this turn I'm gonna see if they have another basic in their deck. Chance for Glory. Jace Temek. Yep, lands. Lands indeed. The question is, what land do I want to play this turn? Probably Canopy. Probably just going to play Grove and Punching Fire everything in sight. And not cast the Loam this turn. So, serious question. I don't understand the Bant deck. I lost a lot testing the Bant Spirits deck. Mostly because it has a lot of 3-drops. I don't know. That's a good question. It's like a really good question, actually. Whoops. That was a really good draw, actually. Okay. So now I think I have them pretty much dominated. I think blue-white is okay. My issue with Bant Spirits was that if your mana creature didn't live, of which you only have 4, I think it's pretty hard to deploy your 3-drops in a timely enough fashion. Looting is definitely... Looting and Stirrings are definitely cards that should be examined very, very closely, in my opinion. Sorry, I'm trying to be careful in this match because I think we have it locked up as long as something weird doesn't happen. How many grips are on my deck? Just one. So if my opponent plays another Back to Basics, I'm kind of donezo, which is kind of awkward and not a comfortable position to be in, but that's okay. I wonder what their hand is. It's probably like 3 edicts or some stuff like that. I don't know. It can't be very good. It's like almost impossible for their hand to be good. Jeskai Miracles. Is that the same list as Ellenbogen? Is your name Noah Walker Telperio? I don't think your name is Noah Walker, but that was just a joke. I'm actually going to cycle this and take a blind draw. Alright, this is useless now because our other engine cards are better. But again, it's okay for it to be a worse engine card than our other engine cards. If somehow all my other stuff was surgical, this would be actually better in a lot of ways. Alright, so I'm going to say go and make a Merit Wage. There are 2 Frenzies in my sideboard. Interesting. I can believe all of those things you've said, frankly speaking. It's not that new. It mostly came into my head after I tested a lot of standard Ahsoka. Yeah, we resolved it in one game. We lost that game because I didn't have any answers to Blood Moon in my deck. So I feel like my opponent's going to concede out of boredom, but we'll see what happens. Keep that one. I'm not going to dredge. Nice. Let's see if they're dead. I kind of just have it all this game. Their hand is probably like 7 edicts, but that's okay. Making a new Merit Lage doesn't actually play around Diabolic Edict, because you just have to legend roll them, which is kind of funny. We'll say go. I don't know where my ports are. I guess they're all in my bottom 27 card. There's only 3 ports in the deck right now. It's not unlosable, but it's very good. I actually value Punishing Fire more than making Merit Lage Recursion, because it's definitely possible for them to have like 7 edicts, where it's really hard for them to beat Punishing Fire. Alright, well... You could have Surgical here, in which case I'll have to be slightly more careful. A cycle to save my Loam. Ooh, they're the ports, so I'm really safe now, actually. I'm not going to make it this turn. I'm just going to Loam back. Oh no, the ports are about to be spellbombed. Alright, whatever. This is fine. This is fine. I'm fine. They're actually probably going to time out, if I had to guess. Nice. That's actually really good. I'm going to main phase make this and see what they do. Now I can tap my groves willy-nilly. It doesn't really matter. There is one port left. It's just kind of slow to assemble all of that. I really think my opponent's going to time out. I probably could have avoided that other thing somehow if I was more careful. Actually, I should have played that. If I was going to splash with third color, it would have been blue. I'm playing kind of bad now, I think. Alright, I have a plan. Sacrifice that. Do I have any stages left? I do. I'm going to stage. Copying Horizon Canopy. Then, so the effect of this is they have to choose what to needle because I affected 2 stages. Yo, Schmappy, thanks for the follow. It is like 4 hours past my bedtime. I think I might have to set up a situation where I prison out all of the black sources, but that is... Oh, that's actually not really doable with only 1 black source left. Ahsoka, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it, man. I really wish I hadn't gotten my punching fires extracted. I could have definitely played around that by just making a bunch of groves. That's usually my MO in the matchup, then I just didn't do it this time. It was just kind of lazy and bad, I think, to not do that. But whatever. It's okay. I should have almost certainly won this match pretty easily. I kind of just didn't play very well. I thought about that at one point. Don't think it's great, unfortunately. Carnage Tyrant's been on my radar. Again, from Standard, it's really, really strong, so... So, the whole idea of this configuration, Ahsoka, is that you cold all of their bolts and fatal pushes by having no, like, small ball creatures in your deck. I used to play a shit ton of trackers, and I was tired of everyone getting rewarded for having those cards in the deck. If that makes any sense. It's bad versus Baleful Strix, that's for sure. But Baleful Strix is honestly not very good versus deck, given how it's configured. We are raw dogging. Last Hope plus Strix is nice. Or sorry, Last Hope plus Cornish Iron is nice. It's some like fine finality bullshit right there. Yep. This is the moral of this game is I should have made as many groves as possible. I have one port left in my deck, so the answer is not really. I think they're probably going to time out. If they stop taking game actions, they might not time out. I might deck instead, but I hope they don't do that. They're plussing on themselves, that's smart. Tabernacle is the king of putting shit on the stack. I didn't play this game well, for what it's worth. For those of you who are wondering at home. Choke. Right, there's the port. I don't think it's good enough anymore, really. Yo, Cliffy81, thanks for the 4 bits, friend. Do I have Bog in my deck? Nah, this is where Bog would be good, obviously. This forces a lot of actions from them, so... It's okay, we're 3-0 in this league, 5-0 in the first league. This is not going great. Alright, so new plan is to spend another 30 mana and see if I can get them that way. Honestly, like, this is a legitimate plan, frankly speaking. Why am I trapping so hard? What does that mean? Did I forget to? I don't know, I'm kind of... This game has lasted way too long for my desire. And I don't think I played it particularly well, so I'm kind of sad in both regards. Yeah, that might have been the best play. Reginald Spade. Sorry, it's hard to read sometimes. I am using stationary mirror range. That is true. I think my phone's going to time out, frankly speaking. If they even get close to the ult, which I don't think is... I guess that might actually happen. Reality Smasher, thanks for the follow. Chase will protect me from decking a bit. Especially when I cast this Loam to get 3 more cards back, it will. Incidentally, that's why I have not been dredging. I think that would get me killed most of the time. Nice. We ran our opponent out of edicts. So we're 4-0. That game was very, very poorly played. I should have done almost anything besides what I did. But we're 4-0 this week. Again, didn't have to cast Frenzy. So we're 5-0, 1-3, 4-0. So I don't know. I guess that's okay. I guess it's actually a little bit better than okay, right? Anyway, I'm going to finish this match out and then send a raid over to someone who's new to streaming, but that's why we got to pay it forward, you know? I believe in paying it forward. No, I'm only, well, my philosophy is I don't like those grind cards in the main deck. $11-3 or $10-4. You know, I appreciate the kind words. I wasn't going to start this week, but I decided that 1-3 was an unacceptable way to end the night. And plus it was only like 3.5 hours in, so we had to make it a tiny bit longer. Well, I'm not thin anymore, Lawrence. I like food way too much for that. Food is excellent. Basically rather die fat, I think. This guy almost always plays Sultai or 4-color stuff. This hand's pretty good. That is excellent. Force it, force it, force it, force it. Damn. This is a fun hand. I'm just gonna play all my permanents because this opponent often plays Thoughtseize or discard in their deck. Force it, force it, force it, force it. Dang. I really wanted them to force it. Alright, this is what I got for you. And my top card is Life from the Loam, so it's gonna be nice. I think this guy is like 4-color pile usually. Before the PT, this guy always played Sultai stuff, and then he played Sultai stuff in the PT, so, you know, mismatching battlefield. I have no respect for the game. Well, there's no Frenzy in my main deck, so it would be hard to do that. All I want are lands. All I want are lands. Literally, I just want to mill 3 lands every single time. What? Ponder, Brainstorm, go to discard. Okay, command. Some greedy ass shit right there, in my opinion.
I have another land drop. Opponent is probably dead. Like, I really like engine decks. That's why I like Iron Grix too, actually. It's just such a fun engine deck for me to play. Bayou, Culligan's Command, Basic Island. You got it, boss. Alright, Wasteland, Wasteland, give me a Wasteland. That's not a Wasteland, but that's fine too. Possibly a handful of discard. I have one more fetchable land. I don't have to do it this turn because their threshold for mana is 2 right now. But you're correct. Next turn I'm going to start holding the Rainforest probably. Ooh, that is nice. I'm going to copy the waste before wasting my opponent. I'm going to waste the green source, I think. Actually... yeah, waste the green source. Yes, it's like Thanksgiving came early. I agree with you, Mike. Thank you for wasting my time. We have no more fetchable lands left. Yo, JRap89, thanks for the follow. I might wasteland my own Sheltered Thicket, actually. Oh, no, I'm not going to. Ding-a-ling. Ding-a-ling. Here is my chokes. Ding-a-ling. So now that I've seen Bayou K command, I'm not going to play around Blood Moon or Back to Basics versus this opponent. I think that is a reasonable thing to do. Let's put those in. I'm going to take out 2 gambles and probably... yes, if my opponent has Blood Moon in their 4-color control deck, I'm leaving this in for Leovold. If my opponent does that, they wanted it more than I did. That's okay. Blood Moon is cheat. So, Cliffy, I almost played Carnage Tyrant tonight. This is probably good enough that I'm supposed to keep. If they shuffle on the Ponder, I might just snap off the waste. If they don't shuffle, I don't know what I'm going to do. Crap. Anton, does that mean I get reported for playing land destruction? Alright. I'm just going to say go. Alright, that's fine. Crap. I don't like that one bit, Anton. Oh, if you got to sell out, then that's great for you. I still have mine. It's okay. Bayou Leovold. I'm gonna P-Fire the Strix. I don't know. It sounds like you might have been tipped off, Reality Smasher. That's what it sounds like to me. Alright. Hope you have a forest. DCMTG, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Alright. I still have Karakas in my deck, right? You're gonna spellbomb my P-Fire. Yeah, that makes sense. I think I'm gonna play Frenzy next turn, but I haven't decided yet. I'm gonna Mox pitching. Actually, that's like pretty interesting. What I'm supposed to do. Oh, there goes my Frenzy. I think. That's okay. We're still fine. Had it. I pitch depths. Okay. You can use Manabond with Frenzy in play. So the question is, do I want to play my land or not? I guess I probably do. Yeah, I probably do. You're right. Problem is, if the top card is a land like that, it's not great for me to do. I'd rather leave up red-green if my top card is a red-green card. Lawrence. Does that make sense? Right, port. Right. Yep. Exploration or crop rotation or anything is just like pretty good, so I'm not going to interact with their lands when they've leveled out. Alright, nice. That's good. You can force that if you want. Well, I'm not dead yet. But Frenzy with Exploration is quite good, so... Yes, I am certain of that, because both Assault and Vortex imply that you have access to Loam all the time, and I don't think that's a good assumption to make, really. Alright, the question is, do I want to blow this up? I don't think so. Maybe I was supposed to blow it up and play Maze and just give them a card, actually. But I was looking for a crop rotation, essentially. But I think we've died instead, which sucks. I'm going to concede. Well, I can't play it. I played a Dark Depths to clear off the top card, right? And I don't have Exploration anymore, so I can't play it. I'm going to concede. Died, but I think that's okay. I think in general it's good enough to have 2 copies of, and where it really shines is versus Miracles. So I thought about it for a bunch, Cliffy. I think playing to win is better instead of playing to not lose, which is, I generally take that route playing this deck. That's just my personal opinion. I think this is a keep, but it's a really, really peculiar hand. I mostly want more data on Frenzy. Lawrence, it works if you maximize the screen. I discovered that in when I was birding someone else earlier. You have to maximize the Twitch window, essentially, like the full screen. Anyways, this is a keep. You copied it, then what happened? What's the paste format? A bunch of brackets. You might want to report that to Wilson. I don't know, that sounds kind of weird to me. Right. We're gonna annoy them. Just has all of the text in a huge block. Okay. Can sort it out. Fair enough. There's another Thoughtseize incoming. Okay, that's fine. It's also fine. I'm gonna just port their UB source, I think. Because I think their UB source is the most valuable source. Okay. You spellbombed my choke. Alright, that's fine. Absolutely fine. Yeah, this was what it implied to me. They don't have a lot of plans in their hand. Their brains run block. Actually, I'm gonna lead with Frenzy. Am I? I don't know. I guess I'll see what they... I guess I can afford to be patient, right? Like, rushing seems not great. Alright, I'm gonna just play the Frenzy. If they force it, that's fine. It costs them 2 cards for that. Yeah. That's why I did this. It used all my mana as well. What do you mean crop for waste? Well, it got forced this game, which implies to me that was probably going to be good. But I don't know overall. Tarmogoyf. Okay. I don't like that play because it doesn't play around force, Lawrence. Period. Like, I would actually prefer not to lose, like... What's the best way of putting it? Okay. I'm gonna crop rotate here. Yeah, that's exactly... Cliffy hit it on the head. That's exactly correct. I don't understand what porting does there. I don't think it actually does anything except delay the inevitable. No, Edict. That sucks. Dang. We might lose now, actually. That's okay, though. Those are 5/6s. Sucks. Do I want to wasteland the green source? Probably. Actually, I don't need to. I can just port it instead. The thing is, I'm actually going to need my mana to dig out of this situation, so I don't want to wasteland it. Basically, like... Oof. So I can at least punching fire the Strix. I can't afford to play around surgical anymore, I think. Oh, I can't... Well, I guess he'll get to cack my P-Fire. Do I even want to port then? I think I do. So the plan is to take 5 this turn and P-Fire the Strix. Let him get my idiot. I'm still dead in like a bunch of turns, which kind of sucks. But I can't really do much about it. Knuckle is in the deck, but I don't think it actually does that much either, frankly speaking. Like, I'm dead in 2, and he can definitely pay for the Knuckle. Okay, that's actually pretty good. We do need a stage. I'm gonna stage the maze this turn, take 6, go to 3, hope I don't get bolted. The problem is, there's a lot of other issues with this plan too. But this is the correct, I think, tactical plan, because I would be checkmated pretty quickly otherwise. Jesus Christ. That's a lot of creatures. Oh, I could have cast P-Fire. I think I'm still supposed to now, but I should be at 4 instead of 3. That's a mistake. Basically spewed 1 damage on me, which is really not where I can afford to be right now. Alright, let's hope my mazes are safe. Because if they are, and my opponent doesn't draw Bolt, I'm maybe okay. No Needle. Does he usually play Needle? Because, yeah, that would be bad for me, obviously. Like,
really just can't beat anything that is worrisome for me, so I'm not going to worry about it. That's why I wasted that Bayou. Fuck. That sucks. Alright, I'm probably going to lose because I have to give them an avalanche of cards now, but that's okay. Karakas wouldn't even be that good, unfortunately. I don't think I can get out of this one is the actual issue. So here's what I have to do, which is okay. I very obviously have to do this, and waiting just, if I'm gonna do it, I have to do it now, because I don't think waiting actually improves my odds of this actually working. Like, I'm actually just forced to main phase it, essentially, and give them just a shit ton of cards. Okay. Well, that sucked, but didn't play perfectly. But also, I think my opponent drew sort of well. Both of those things happened. In any case, what was the guy's name? I'm going to send y'all to someone who's playing Storm right now. Storm's always a good time. SCG Con is the Invitational, yeah. The Singleton Ghost Quarters right here. Anyways, I'm going to call it quits, y'all. I hope you guys and gals enjoy watching Grape Shot. See ya.